much, and Josh for coming on.
Yeah, thank you,
Make sure you guys
Josh.
join the Discord too.
Yeah, join the Discord. Reach out to me if you want to join the TA class and get in the Discord private server where we're doing these trades together. If you're interested, message me now, and as soon as I get you signed up, you can be printing money tonight. I'm telling you right now, anything that I charge here, it pays for itself, but the overhead is high here to do this show. So we have to make money. Otherwise, I give it all for free. So that's just how we have to do it. But I'll tell you what right now, if you apply yourself and you get involved, you will make money. But if you just pay for it and say, do it for me, it ain't going to happen. Okay? You have to do it yourself. You have to apply yourself, and you have to have capital to do it. Okay? But even with a deluxe subscription and coaching, it's $10 a month, and that will pay for itself if you apply the coaching, if you ask the questions that you need to ask, right? But I have 66 other people that I'm coaching, so you have to engage, you have to ask questions, you have to get involved. You can't just say, "Here, take my money, do it for me." It doesn't work like that. I need to get with you, sir. Sorry, been super busy. Hey, no problem, D-Mac. I get it. We'll work on it. But I'll tell you this, D-Mac. If you're in the Discord and you're in the TA class, all that coaching and stuff, you're going to get that. But we're going to talk. We're going to be on the phone together. And you're going to be learning so much more, so much faster. And you're going to have a whole group of people supporting you and helping you not only trade, but with everything crypto. We're doing everything crypto, chat. So join the Discord, get in with us. Josh, you got anything to say before you sign off?
I would just say that when you join the Discord and when you sign up for the TA class, this goes beyond just the current bull cycle, because we're going to be able to trade the bear cycle, and then on top of that, you'll have a whole group of people that can help you reposition your portfolios to take advantage of when prices start to go up again, right? And getting prepared on that before it happens and having all that time will set you so much further ahead that the cost of the TA class, it will be nothing compared to how much you can make if you actually.
It's not even a drop in the bucket. It's a mist. That's how cheap it is. It's going to pay for itself. With it, honestly, I can't say how long because everyone's different. You could just not get it, right? But I would say so far everyone is paid for it within the first couple days. It's all about you, what you do, how you engage, how much you plug in, how involved you are. It all relies on you. You're the one doing it, not me. So it's all about you get out of it what you put into it. Anyone trying to figure out the Discord, all you got to do is go to my TikTok profile, go to my X profile, go to my YouTube profile, go to my Twitch profile, click the link in my bio. There's a Discord link there. On some platforms, it's a link tree that it has all my links there for my Cash App, Memo, PayPal for donations. And then there's the Discord there as well. So you can click that and get into the Discord. And as soon as you jump into the Discord, I'll send you a message and give you the information. We'll get you signed up with the TA class. All right, Josh, thanks for coming on. I appreciate you, buddy.
Yep.
And it's been a lot of fun in the TA class, brother. I appreciate you. I know we give you a little bit of hazing, but that's out of love, brother. All right, take care, buddy.
Hey, it's all right. See you.
Oh, what do you want to say?
I was just gonna say it's fun in the Discord. So
yeah, it is. We have a lot of fun. All right, take care, buddy. I'll see you in the Discord tonight.
all right.
Revolution. Hello, gorgeous. Is there anything you'd like to say to the chat before you go?
One, I never said I didn't like bees, so I just want to clear that up
She
so I don't
hates
get
bees.
canceled. Two, I do recommend the TA class. I can only do so much. I have a lot going on in my life, but I know what's happening, and everyone who has taken it has continued to resubscribe every single month, and all of them are doing successful. So, if that's crypto trading is something that you are absolutely passionate about or serious about, I really do recommend it. But if you just want a little coaching, just subscribe and he will walk you through it. But if you want to learn for yourself and, not have to rely on other people, do the TA class. That's all I got.
Thank you, Revolution. I appreciate that. And it's nice to have you in the chat. We got a couple girls in there. So if you're a girl and you feel like, oh, this is a boys club, we want to make sure that it is a healthy environment for females as well. Revolution is there. Who else is there? Alexa's in there. And there's a
Belle,
couple.
Francesca, Mother, all of them for being in here today, and also creating a space like, and this is what we're doing with Queen of the Chains, is creating a safe space for women to have an opinion. I've seen a couple panels where women were ostracized or made fun of for having an opinion, and that's not what we're here to do. We're here to listen. Everyone needs to have an opinion and a platform to do so.
Yeah, and that's one thing that I want to do is create a safe space for women in this environment. And if you're not going to get in the TA class, we've got several women that are in the Discord as well, just in the general chat, and we're hanging out there. We're having a good time. So feel free, don't feel unwelcomed. You are more than welcome.
Absolutely.
Is there anything you want to say before you go, Revolution?
Thank you, everybody. It's been a long day. I am ready to go to bed.
Absolutely. I'm going to go trade.
I'm gonna go hug my kids and go to bed.
That sounds nice. All right. You have a good night, and I'll see you around on the next one.
All right, bye.
She looked like a mannequin all day. You're so mean, TikTok seller. She's phenomenal, and we're really happy to have her back. I will leave this last little moment if you guys feel like you want to send gifts or do anything like that. Justin Kelly, thank you for the goat. Revolution, thank you for the 15 musics on the stage for Josh. Popular votes from DMAC and a heart me from DMAC. Bellstar, thank you for the paw for Josh and the heart me. Dragons, thank you for the heart me. Bellstar with the paper crane for Josh. The hand hearts for Bellstar. Gosh, so many gifts. Wow, I didn't realize how many were flying in, but I'm just going to name everyone's name. So Justin Kelly, Revolution, DMAC, Bellstar, Dragons, Revolution, Fredrum. Thank you all. Let's see. It looks like Mother of Dragons, Joe, Jay, John Whalen, Seamont, Big Baller, JFM, Justin Kelly, Francesca. A lot from Francesca. Thank you very much. AB Ryder. Thank you so much. You guys are the heart and soul. Marco, how's it going, buddy? Good to see you. Unfortunately, I got an all-nighter to pull to get caught up on some work. Hey, no worries. We're in the Discord nearly every single day. And I'll tell you what, if I'm not in there, the boys are in there. And the girls too. The girls are in there, but everybody's in there pretty much 24/7. These guys are money printing machines. It's pretty phenomenal. So get plugged in, guys. Start printing some money. And I will see you all next time. Have a good night. What is going on, everybody? We're going to get started in just a few minutes here. If you're watching on TikTok, don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, and share the show with your friends. As a subscriber, you have access to my daily price point videos, so that way you will know where the market is going and what is happening. And you can also sign up for the email alert system because the algorithm does not always send you an alert. So this way you can get an email alert notification that you can set up custom alerts so that you will be notified anytime I post something. And also, as a deluxe subscriber, you can message me directly and I offer coaching to help you with your strategy and how you do your trading. I'm not going to tell you what to do, but I can coach you and push you in the right direction. And so far, everyone that has taken advantage of that service has grown exponentially, and I would say they've become expert traders overnight. And it's funny because now some of them they ask me questions, but before they have the answer or they get the answer, they're like, I think it's going to do this. And I'm like, I think you're right. And so that's a beautiful thing, that the evolution of everyone's trading has just been phenomenal. And kudos to you, all of you who have made those changes and are growing. So proud of you. So happy to see that. How's everybody doing today? We got a few people watching. Don't forget, if you are watching the show, smash the like button because that's what's going to notify people and bring them into the show so that they can watch. We've only got about 3 people. We got 0 likes right now. We did just start. So start smashing that like button and help keep the show alive. You don't always have to give a donation or send a gift, which are very much appreciated, but the likes also are helpful. If you can't afford to give, no big deal. Just keep smashing that like button, double tap that screen, and that sends out to the algorithm that things are happening here and that you're liking the show, and more people will keep driving in. So much appreciated. Thank you, Raiden, for the likes. Much appreciated. One of my faithful subscribers. How are you doing, buddy? We got some news today. We got some news, some more news, and I'd say we're looking pretty good on XRP. XRP is looking excellent. I am really impressed. I do think that there will be a potential pullback, but it could hit, 250 and bounce right back up, and it's already kind of holding firmly above here. And let's jump into the 1 hour real quick. Let's look at the 1 hour and see what it's doing. Okay, we got a little something here. It kind of looks like a double top here at about 265. So that could send it, coming down, but it doesn't look really sharp. Like a double top would normally look like this, really sharp. So it's not quite in structure. What's up, HD Malicious? And don't forget, smash the like button. Keep pressing the screen, double tap it. Let's get those likes up. We're at 136 likes. Let's get those numbers up. Those are rookie numbers. We generally hit anywhere from 20 to 50K likes a show, and those numbers have been way down. We really need to pick up the likes because it has been detrimental to the show. I know a lot of people are you're driving and you're listening and you don't really have the opportunity to hit the like button. Totally understandable. Totally understand. But if you are available, or some of you are at work, but if you are available to hit the like button, the more you guys are liking it and the more people that are liking it together, the more people that are going to be driven into the show. So if you can't send gifts and you can't, afford to subscribe and you can't send donations, you can always hit the like button. It's free, and we are growing. We are building a platform here. So I do need your help and support to continue that going. So keep those likes flowing in as much as you can throughout the live, and I'll try to remember to remind you, because I do get it. It can get a little much. It can get a little much at sometimes, but unfortunately we need that right now. So I do appreciate you. HD Malicious, thank you for liking the live. This looks a bit like a double top. When you get into the shorter time frames, I'd say that probably the 6 hour. I don't have it available on here. Let me see if I can add it. On my other chart that I use, it has the 6 hour, and I watch that one pretty regularly, but on here I don't have access to that. But I would imagine the 6 hour chart is more than likely a double top. What's up, Ken? How you doing? And don't forget, keep smashing that like button, guys. We need to get those like numbers up. We're at about 500 likes. Let's see if we can get that to about 5,000 likes. 5,000 likes before we get to the news. Glad you're doing well, Ken. It's always good to see you here. We got some subscribers watching. We got Raiden, we got HD Malicious, we got Ken. Glad everyone's doing well. We are getting that pullback though, and I told you it was coming. I was hoping to get all the way to 270, and we just fell short. And if we continue, and let's say we do run up again, and when we hit bam right here at 265 again and fall short, that could be a triple top, and that would be called for a heavy rejection down to, I'd say, 233 to 230, and X marks the spot. It could run sideways for a little while before it does something and then start to run downward. So that would kind of make sense, but we got to kind of see what it wants to do, see if it's gonna get another bullish push and build a flag. There's definitely opportunity to take off here. I think it's a little early. I think it's going to, but I think more along the lines of June, middle of June, we could see crazy numbers. I would say even past all-time highs, somewhere to like 250-ish. It is definitely possible. How you doing, Henry? Glad to see you. And don't forget, keep hitting that like button. I need you guys all together right now. Let's all come together, everyone watching, and just start hitting the like button. All of you at once hitting it together is going to help the algorithm and drive everybody in here. We are a little low on viewership right now. So, and honestly, I thought about not going live today to take a break. So if viewership is down, I may just call it a quick show, and we'll see what happens. But if you guys are hitting that like button like crazy, I'll stick around for you. Big baller with the likes on Twitch. And if you are on Twitch, hop on over to TikTok real quick and just start hitting the like button. Just start hitting the like button. And don't forget, if you are watching on Twitch and you want to send this little thing at the bottom, it says bits, right? And it kind of looks like it's just the same thing, and it sends those little gifts to help support the show. So that also drives the algorithm for Twitch. And I think we've only received 1 bit on Twitch. So I would encourage those of you who are watching on Twitch to engage in that just a little bit. It's like a penny or so. It's like, I don't know how much they are. I may be able to adjust the rate on it. I'm not sure. I'm still kind of learning Twitch too, so I get it. But click the little bits thing right there and send a bit, just one, and it's not really so much about the money with these things. It's about driving viewership to the show, because our viewership has been way down since we moved to Twitch. When we first started, we were doing really well, and it's kind of taken a dive. And I do need us all to work together. So if you are watching on Twitch and you don't want to send a bit, come on over to TikTok real quick and start hitting the like button for a little bit, and then come back to Twitch. Whatever you feel like doing, or just watch, leave the phone in your pocket with your earpods in, whatever. I don't mind. But if viewership does stay low today, I'm probably going to do a shorter show, because I'm just tired, man. We have been working on the studio and doing so much here, so I would not mind taking a little bit of time to myself. So we'll see. One news article at a time so far. But I see the likes flowing in on TikTok. Thank you all very much for that support. It is much needed right now. Mr. Pag says, sup. I like TikTok preferably, but I'm okay. Yeah, no worries. Wherever you want to watch, TikTok, Twitch, whatever floats your boat. But the idea is to get over to Twitch now and know where we're at, because we get hit with guidelines quite often. I'm thinking about doing story time tonight. I've been thinking about some different things that have happened within my career, and if something comes to me, something good and saucy that lines up with what's been going on or whatever, it comes to mind, I think I'm going to do a story time segment. But as you know, I came out and told you all, because it became a bit of a thing, the underground tunnels in the underground city. It was becoming a thing on TikTok, and I saw this and I was like, wow, people think it's a conspiracy. They think it's fake. They're spreading fake information. They're spreading real information. And I wanted to set the record straight on that, because I have been in those tunnels. I have been in that city. In multiple cities I've seen this. So it is real and it does exist. And now we have a former Bush administration official coming out and saying that they've spent trillions of dollars building these cities all across the nation, just like I told you. And I always tell you before, you hear it here first. You're going to hear things from me, and shortly after I say them, you're going to get confirmation about them. And I can't give you an exact reason why it happens like that. Maybe it's divine timing or something like that. But I think that it's all for a purpose. There's a reason why I've had these experiences in my life, and I believe that they all came to this point right now. That is why we're here. And as you can see, the ghost is gone, but the boo is not gone. We still have the boo right here. The ghost is gone. So that is an indication that we're doing pretty well and we're holding above here. But I do feel like there is a possibility we break through and the ghost goes back up until further notice. But for now, the boo stays and the ghost is gone. We shall see. XRP cooked, looks sideways, nothing serious either way from my TA. Yeah, my technical analysis would say that we're probably going to come right here. X marks the spot. We're probably going to come and retest back here at 230, but I would imagine we bounce up from there. The question is do we bounce up and touch the top of this again, or just out of it and then fall through? And this is, I would say it's more of this pattern right here, this channel pattern. But the reason why I brought this down here like this is to show you how it's holding above the support. So technically there should be another line here, but it got so busy. I didn't want to confuse everybody. but we did break upward out of this wedge, but we're not out of the gate yet because this is an ascending channel, which also can be bearish. I think it could retest down here at 230, but then move back up and retest up here at 280. And depending on what we form around here at 280, maybe we move sideways like this, and then we break downward, or we flag right here and we just blow out the top, or we start to blow out the top even sooner. But I think we're in that consolidation right here. And I would say it's safe to say that XRP is probably going to do all-time highs again. Not right now. I would say probably after June or July, the likelihood. However, the whole trade war and world war is not over yet. Okay, so we have a lot looming in the air. You have any faith in XRP at all with the entire world adopting Ripple? I don't think the entire world is going to adopt Ripple. I think that is a pipe dream, and that is a great idea that somebody had, but all of that stems from basically the whole it replacing Swift in all these things comes from its utility, but also it comes from the proposal on the SEC website. And as you know, that proposal on the SEC website is just a proposal from a random guy. It's from a random technical analysis guy that has proposed this, and people will do things like that. They know that it's a pipe dream, and they know that the SEC will never accept it, but they'll still throw it out there because they're hoping that people will feed on the moon cheese and it will pump the markets. And, you know, who knows? Maybe it does do something. I had to sell my XRP. I'm looking to buy back in. What's the best buyback in? I'm thinking 230. 230 sounds like a good spot. Man. Let's see. SEC dismissal news is incoming. I know that for a fact. That's going to fuel ETFs. Only if even if the SEC dismisses the case, there's still an injunction. Okay? The only way it's going to get an ETF is with the injunction removed. So the judge has to agree and say that it's lawful to remove the injunction. But the fact that XRP or Ripple is paying a $50 million fine, that calls into question, did they actually do something wrong? And is that injunction viable? BlackRock and Franklin Templeton are not newbies. That's my concern. I agree. And the whole BlackRock ETF, there's been no announcement of that for XRP. It's all been speculation. Nothing's been said. Under previous laws, yes, times have changed. Well, none of the laws have changed. Just the administration has changed. Now, with new regulations and regulatory clarity, that's a possibility. And I think that's part of why they're dragging the case out, so that way it can fall under new guidelines and new regulation. But as of right now, no crypto anything has been passed. There's been no legislation signed. You think we will ever see under $1 again? That is a question. Yes, I think we will after this bull run. If not, maybe we don't see under like $1.50 or $2 ish. But I definitely think that more than likely we will see 75 cents again, or maybe $1.15 ish, $1.05. Those numbers are still on the table. Remember, this is a bull cycle. All right. If you look at any previous cycle, let me go into the 1 day. If you look at any previous cycle, all right, they run up and then they fall down and then they go sideways. They run up, they fall down, they go to sideways. So yes, there is a likelihood that it will see $1 again. It could happen. We have our little ghost guy here. I don't think there's too much to be afraid of right now, but I do think we're going to come back and retest 230. Are we going down when Asia wakes up? I would say, let's see, today's Wednesday. Probably. Yeah, because we've been pumping on Sundays and we've been selling on Wednesdays. It's been the opposite. But we did have a Sunday sell-off. And we did sell off Wednesday. There's a possibility, you know, we pump, but I'm thinking Sunday will be a sell-off day. And that's probably when you'll see it fall. It's probably just going to consolidate until then. And I would say there's a possibility. I know I'm always doing these patterns, but this could potentially be head and shoulders right here down to 230. Possibly. It's a little bit wonky, but if you put it in a different time frame, it actually kind of looks like it. Let's see here. As you see here. And we've seen plenty of head and shoulders. There's this inverted head and shoulders that was a double bottom. Where's another one? Well, this is probably the best. This inverted head and shoulders was a double bottom. And we have the body, the shoulder, the head right here, right? And this was a head and shoulders, and I'd say it just has a wonky arm. It kind of went up, but I did say about 230 would be the play out of that head and shoulders, and we hit it 230 on the dot. And then we started doing something else. So this technically was a head and shoulders. And this could possibly be head and shoulders with a double top. So the double top would bring it down in here and it would probably hit this blue line and consolidate, maybe run up again one more time and then fall short at the X right here. And that would break it down. And it's very possible that if it does form a head and shoulders at 230 right there, it could break past it and come all the way down to this line at 207. So this is definitely something I'm watching for. I do think for sure we're probably going to see 230. There's not enough data yet, but if this head and shoulders plays out, it's probably going to come down here to this blue line. So that's the question. Does it stop at this blue line or this one? And I'd say that we've ran all the way up from 163 to 265. All right. And we've had, it's just been pretty much upward. We had a little bit of a correction here, but not really. I'd say that this was more like a consolidation, but it was a bit of a correction, but not really. Bringing it down to this line at 208, 210 would indicate a 50% correction from this overall move from down here to up here. And that's this overall upward moving trend. And that would kind of play out this pattern right here. Let's see here. Give me a second. If it's this and it does this, it could very well this be the channel right here, and it's not as long. And it comes up here and then breaks down. I think it's got another one in it though. I think it wants to come here and then run up one more time. However, this X right here marks May 20th. That's Tuesday, May 20th, or Wednesday, May 21st. Maybe it's Sunday. Maybe it does it a little early. Sunday, May 18th. Maybe it goes a little late. Maybe it happens Sunday after Memorial Day, May 25th, right? And that time frame lines up with the previous cycle. So this previous cycle right here, we dropped here on May 25th through May 20th. That's Memorial Day weekend. People are going to take money out to go barbecue and party. Let's see this big red candle right here. This is May 19th. All right. All the way to June 22nd. I would say accumulation between the beginning of June to the end of July. That's where I would be buying if it does this, which I think more than likely. I would just be buying it up as much as I can, loading up on all the dips all the way down, trying to figure out where the bottom's going to be, because after it does get, and I'm thinking, if it drops hard like this, I buy some here. If it runs back up again, I'll take some profits. And as it runs back down to the second one, I'll throw it in some more. And then it runs up again, take some more profits, and it runs down some more, throw it back in, and build up that bag over those couple months that are dead. The saying goes, sell in May, go away. Let's see. Had to come over to TikTok. Ads are nuts. Yeah, I do apologize for the ads, but one day we won't have TikTok and you'll just have to subscribe on Twitch, and it'll actually be cheaper because I think the TikTok subscription's like $10 and the Twitch subscription's only like $7. But the idea is to move you over to Twitch for now, because one day we won't have TikTok anymore. TikTok will be done, and that's where you're going to have to come watch the show. So we're facilitating that migration right now. I'm dumping 409. Yeah, I think I'm going to dump before that. I think I'm going to dump at 350. Because look, if it does this, all right, if this is where we're at, all right, let's say we're right here, and then we dump May 19th, May 20th through the 21st, end of May, we dump hard, right? I'm going to be accumulating all the way along here until July-ish, and then I'm going to be waiting for that run up, and I may even accumulate through July a little bit, right? And then it runs up one more time, okay? But as you can see, this time it went to 196. The second time it pumped, it only went to 141. So it's only about half the way up. So if it does drop like that hard before, and look at what's today's date, the 14th, May 14th, look at, it's lining up perfectly. Okay, so we had a drop and then we've ran up 13th, 14th, 15th, okay, 16th, 17th, and then bam, down hard. End of May, which is what I think is going to happen with XRP. It's probably going to run up for a little bit, consolidate sideways, get one more good little push up, and then it's going to be toast. It's going to come down hard, and it's going to run down for a couple months. And that's going to be your accumulation zone for the next pump, but it won't be as much. It'll be half the way. So let's say that this is, we compare this over here to the previous cycle, that would run it back down to that 163 to even 125. We would fall down here to this blue line. Right? Maybe 130-ish. But the blue line says that we would probably hit around 120 to 130, but there's a lot of resistance at like 150. So I think, 150, 145-ish we'd hit, And that's where we would first initially hit, and we would probably continue sideways downward channel all the way down to, I would say, $1. And if it's anything like the last one, it would pump from $1 up to $2, possibly $2.50. Jam says toast too. Yeah. I think there is a possibility of that still playing out. However, everything is so different this cycle, but it is moving exactly like the previous cycle for now. So I think it's in for a hard dump. This is bearish, this downward channel, and this upward channel is also bearish. It's just getting going. I think it'll probably run sideways a little bit and then pump up one more time to about 270-ish, maybe even 275 or 280. That's very possible. That's on the table. And then fall down just hard. And I think it would take longer than it did in the previous cycle. It wouldn't be these crazy red candles. I think we'd see some big red candles, but it'll be multiples, one after the other, like these. It'll look kind of like this, drop down here from one, what was it, like 160 all the way to 260 all the way to 163. That kind of a move. And let's see, let's plot that real quick. Let's say we move from here, and we put that right here. That would put the price right at 163 again. That is possibly the bottom. And it may go a little bit lower, you know, but that's just kind of gauging what it moved from here to here. The last big drop. And let's say it runs up a little higher, you know, 180. Those are all those resistance zones right there. So it could go to 180 and then taper off sideways from there. And, you know, just kind of do this and then shoot up, probably hit $2 and consolidate a little bit maybe, and pull back like this, and then cup and handle and run up. But I would say probably around 250, 260 would be the top again, where it's at right now, where it's hitting the resistance, and that would be the top. So technically, buying right now is buying the top for now, unless something changes. I thought we were in a reversal trend. We kind of are, but not. So here, let me explain to you that this trend is a smaller micro reversal. Let me get rid of all this stuff here. I gotta get rid of this mouse pad. It's not working well. I have another one here. Oh yeah, that works much better. Okay. This downward trend, okay, is bearish. This upward trend is also bearish, okay? It's trending upward and it's broken out of this trend, moving upward, and it's moving up this channel. But in a technical analysis, you know, you would say an ascending channel is followed by a drop. Every other coins are hitting all-time highs. Why is it so hard for XRP to get there? Because the SEC, institutions can't buy it. Institutions can buy other coins right now. XRP is like the only one. That's why I'm so interested in it, because if it is suppressed because of that, and one day it does drop, that can happen. Not only will it pump like crazy, but then institutional money will get into it, and it could send it to, you know, $10. That's what that's all that speculation. That's why I'm watching it, because I don't care if I miss from, you know, $2 to $2.50 and I miss this. That's not a big deal, because there's always a price correction, get halfway in somewhere along there. I want to see, you know, news that tells me that it's going to pump hard and it's going to break out of this institutional decline because no institutions are into it. But X marks the spot, and look at these two channels are an X together, and they've crossed over here, right here at this X. We pumped up, right? And more than likely, so we pumped at about this X, and this X is on the low side, not the high side. So that would indicate a drop down to this side, somewhere around here. And it could run up one more time and then drop, but it doesn't line up with the timeline. There is a possibility, but we're already in May 15th. It would take days for it to get down here, and May 21st, May 19th to May 21st is when we had that big drop in the last cycle. So if it's mimicking the last cycle, that would indicate that we would come down to this X and possibly blow right through it, and over the next month or so work our way down to, 175, 150, something like that. So that's why I'm watching it, because I'm interested. I'm waiting for lower zones to be in it to keep, because I took profits up here. I want to throw them in these lower zones, because I do think there is a potential that it's going to do something, and it's being held back, which is buying me time to make trades and accumulate and do more with it. I think there's more potential here. What about Cardano? No legal issues with them. Exactly. However, but with legal issues, once XRP's been put through the fire and it has that legal clarity, it's more adoptable. And that's that speculation that's happening. It's like, it's the only one that is, been through the fire. Let's see here. Other chats going like crazy. For precedent purpose, under previous laws, yes, but it will be changed. For precedence purpose, really well, or under $1, geez. Yeah, it's definitely possible. After the bull run's over, everything crashes again. Everything will crash again. That's just how it goes. What is this? This is XRP. Danny Gibson. This is XRP always. Let's see. I'll be in Vegas May 28th for 3 weeks. I'll be attending the Bitcoin Con. I'll see you June 2nd. Awesome. I will be there. And I will have the equipment, and we'll do a special live or something, and we'll hang out. We'll do whatever. So I cannot wait to see you guys. There's a few people who are confirmed for the Vegas meet and greet. Those of you who are coming out, we're going to have a blast. It's going to be great. I cannot wait. We're weeks away from finally meeting you guys. I'm super excited about it. It's going to be awesome. And if all we do is go play some games and, have something, and hang out, whatever, and do Vegas, I'm cool with that too. Like, we don't necessarily have to do the live. I do plan on doing a bit of a live. I'll wait until we all meet each other and talk and see what everybody wants to do, because not everybody wants to be on camera and this and that. And but I do kind of want to do a special little walk through Caesar's Palace in the mall area for the live, and kind of explain the similarities between that and the underground tunnels and city. So I do want to do that, because there's a lot of people who haven't been there or whatever, and I just want to kind of explain, because that's probably the closest thing I've seen to above ground that's like what's below ground in those more luxurious areas. And it's a great way to just describe the differences and the similarities. But I would say one of the biggest differences is they actually have living plants down there. The it's not, there's no sun, but because of the lighting that they have, it does grow the plant life. And I think part of that, and like I said, they have, water and like ponds and things like that with fish in them and stuff. And I think that's all part of like an aquaponics system that's for down there, because I do think that these are like aftermath scenario type places, but they're also utilized while they exist. Yeah, I wouldn't say hydroponic, it's aquaponic. So the difference is they use the fish to fertilize the water, and then the water is pumped into water the plants. So the fish produce meat, and they also produce fertilization for the plants. I actually used to build aquaponic systems back in the day when I was much younger. We would build these greenhouse things, and they have like a big giant tub, and we'd fill them with fish, depending on whatever you want. I think a lot of them, they use halibut, and you put them inside the greenhouse. And so what we did was we built an aeroponic aquaponic system. So the roots are actually suspended and sprayed with the water, and they don't actually sit in soil, and they don't actually sit in water. I'm online YouTube, my greenhouse I built. Nice. I could probably find something something I built in the past. We used to build them commercially. My uncle, he used to have a shutter business, and so like I learned a lot of my carpentry stuff from working with my uncle building shutters from a really young age. I worked 16 years old working in the carpentry shop. And after I don't remember what year that was, but after he had closed that shop, and I don't think he actually closed it, but it was kind of like an offshoot of what he was doing. We were building the aquaponic greenhouses, so it was the carpentry and all the plumbing and everything we were all doing together. Hydroponic greenhouses number 1 through 4, yeah. And obviously everybody just automatically assumes the devil's lettuce. But no, we were doing like tomato stuff. So we were like trying to create systems that were self-sustainable. So someone could build one of these in their backyard, and they could have fish, to eat and harvest, and they could also have fresh food, vegetables, things like that to harvest. That was the whole thing behind it. Obviously, there are those who use them for whatever they're going to use them for, but that wasn't the whole point. But there was a time where I used to build systems for those people. I actually invented a way to grow more efficiently. And what it is, they use these felt bags. They're like a black felt bag. And the reason that they work so well is that the aeration, it allows the roots to get more air, and they grow bigger and stronger and better fruit, right? And so what I had created was this system where it's a cross between aeroponics, hydroponics, and in soil growing. And it was these PVC pipe frames that each one of these bags was suspended from and hung in the air. And then the aeroponic sprayers sprayed directly onto the bag to moisturize it, and all of the plumbing for the water was piped through the PVC pipe and all interconnected. And they had like quick disconnects where you could quickly disconnect them and move them around. And then I also invented a system for the lights. When there was 12 lights that went around the room for and what it did was every hour the light would switch to a different hour, and during the daytime it would simulate the movement of the sun in the room and cause the plants to lean towards the light and move back and forth, which produces a stronger, thicker stem, which allows more nutrients to flow up through the plant. So that was actually my own design. I have the original drawings for the designs. They're actually in my desk. I'm looking at them right now. I can literally see it right now. Those were drawn years ago, and I don't believe anyone uses that system to this day. I think it's more along the lines it's not cost effective, but the growth and production was just tremendous. That's cool. My NFT system is all PVC setup. Cool. Your system was similar. Awesome. Yeah. And I mean, I took ideas from several different grow ideas, and I kind of combined them into one. So the idea was to create something that was grown in soil, because nothing grows better than what's in soil, but also create the way to have the aeration of the soil and the way to deliver the nutrients in a way that didn't cause root rot. So, as you all know, I'm a very creative person. I've actually invented a lot of things. There are things that you can buy today that I invented. However, none of my patents have ever gone through. However, there is one patent that I'm holding on to, and I haven't decided, am I going to go ahead and try to produce this product because nobody's building it and I want it so bad. But my intention is to hold the patent to resell it to a different company. But I have a beautiful, beautiful idea. I don't want to give it away yet because I don't want someone to take the idea. I want to have something come to market before I put it out there into the world, because every time I voice one of my ideas, they manifest very quickly. So I have filed patent and done different things, and by the way, if you are going to do a patent, the best way to do this is to draw up your designs, mail them to yourself, and hold them. You technically don't have, and leave the envelope sealed, but you technically don't have a patent, but you can argue in court that you had the idea first and you can get residuals from it. That's probably the cheapest way. I think some states have done away with that though, but it costs like 50 grand minimum to do a patent, and you want to have a good attorney to write your patents for you so that it's airtight. Otherwise, other companies will take it. That's your patent number. Good for you, man. I don't even remember what my patent number is. I got an email from them though. It's been about 15 years since I did that patent, so I believe it's up soon in the next 5 years, so I have to renew it. And I'm probably going to try to sell it to someone. I haven't decided what to do with that. I was hoping that by now more of the technology, it's a very technologically advanced thing that I've designed. As you all know, I have a master's in electrical engineering and audio video engineering. And, this one's maybe a little too technical for me, but I think with the rise of AI, it's going to make it a little bit easier for this to come to fruition. So we will see. We will see, but I'll give you a hint. It has something to do with golfing. And I think that this product is going to be very cheap to make, but people are going to pay a lot of money for it. Oh yeah, I would pay. I think I could probably build it for under $20 a unit, and I think I could probably sell it for $300 to $500 a unit. How you doing, Guinea Marie? So that's my golden goose. I need to do something with that. Henry, you've put a fire under my butt. I'm gonna do something with that. And thank you all for hitting the like button. We had a little story time there for a minute. I do enjoy doing the story times. TikTok seller, thank you for the finger hearts, 4 finger hearts, and 11 of the I'm so hungry. 11 I'm so hungry. I do apologize if I miss your gifts. I'm still learning the how to read the chat and do everything, so my apologies. Thank you for the gifts. By the way, don't forget, TikTok seller has a show on TikTok. It's not like mine, it's not like a podcast style show, but he does sell products. And so if you want to support his show, go and check out his profile, send him a follow, and you'll see them pop up in your For You page. He's had a few pretty cool products that he gets from TikTok, and I have never seen anybody have such good discounts for those items on TikTok Shop. So when you go to TikTok Shop directly, you can find those same items. But I've noticed, like with him, they're much cheaper. I don't know how you get those special discounts. Maybe it's because he's selling so many or whatever. And I know that some of the discounts are timed, but I have seen some incredible deals from him. I want to buy that desk from you. I know you're not offering it anymore, but if you do offer that desk again, I will probably buy one. Let's see. TikTok seller 444 says, "Hey, thanks, man. No problem. Much appreciated. I appreciate all your support. Thank you for the 20 subscriptions on Twitch yesterday. Much appreciated. What's the news on XRP? I think it's due for correction. It could, pump again. But if it doesn't break above 264, it's coming back down to 231 and possibly even lower of about 210-ish, 212, probably more like it. And that would line up with the May sell-off, and it could even drop lower than that. I don't have a super accurate number yet, but I'd say probably 160-ish to start, and it could drop all the way down to $1. I would say that probably $1.20. It just depends on, like, if they keep artificially propping it up with news, that could just help it like trend sideways-ish like it has been, because it's basically been it's been between 292-ish. Let's say $3. It's been between $3 and $2. Okay, in that dollar margin range there for a while, since November or December, I would say, since December till now. So 6 months. 6 months, it's kind of just been moving sideways. So I think they're trying to keep it above $2 so that way when the SEC thing finally does drop and regulation and all that starts to cascade, it does send it to crazy numbers. I think that is something that they're really trying to do, but I do believe that it is possible to see below $2 again. And after the bull run is over, I'd say 75 cents and possibly even lower. B says, 50 cents. I think that would be maybe in despair and it would come back up, but I think the mean number would be somewhere between 75 cents, somewhere right around there. Once this is all said and done, it goes back to normal. Udo, you have any of those January streams recorded? I want to watch some of those. That was so cool. Yeah, so watch my videos from January. It was the day before, all right, February 1st. So January 31st, I went live and I said, hey, or I think it was January 29th or 30th. I would say it was probably the 30th or the 31st. I went live and I said, we were up here. We were up here. And that was the day I exited the market. And I posted a video and it's on there. And it said, tariffs go into effect tomorrow, expected to drop. And I said that the bottom before the reversal for this downward bearish trend that we're going to form basically would be 163. And I said 161-ish, 162, but I added a little bit more to it just to make sure it would hit. And it did. It went all the way to 163 before it turned around and started heading up like it is now. And that was all the way back on January 31st, I want to say. Why would it go lower? Bear market, I get, but the regulation would permit ETFs. Yes, but it's a possibility that $2 ends up being the bottom. If we're going up to like $10 and then fall down, $2. But if we fall, if we fall short into July and fall down to like 120-ish and then pump up again, it'll probably top out at $2.80 to $3. That would probably be the highest. I would say $2.50 to $2 may even be all it does. Because we already speculative pumped right here when Trump got into office. The day he got elected, boom, it flew up. And then the day he got inaugurated, it flew up. And since then, it's been downward. The only thing that really did any big movements was this Trump candle where he said, and on a Sunday out of nowhere, he was just like, oh yeah, I'm going to be doing the strategic reserve. And then tariffs went into place the very next day, brought it back down. It recovered a little bit and then it fell back down hard because everybody found out the news that it was not what we thought it was. We thought that the government was going to be mass accumulating cryptocurrency, which I knew wasn't going to be the case. But people were speculating that. And then once we found out that it wasn't, it just dumped. And it's been like that ever since. Yeah, definitely go check out those videos. There's a lot of them too. There's definitely more than one video where I'm like 163 months ago, back in January, when we were up at the top here. And everyone was like, this is a bull flag. We're going to all-time highs. And I was like, nah, tariffs and all the stuff that was going on. And that's when I decided to do the show. Was just right before here when we got this first red candle here. I was like, I think this was the show I did with Mega was January 19th. That was my first live show, was on Mega Crypto's live. And I was like, hey man, I think, and you know, he's like, oh yeah, we're going to recover and we're going to do all these crazy things. And I was like, nah, man, we're going to drop and we're going to drop hard. And I'm thinking 163 is where we go to from here. And obviously it took a long time to get there, but that was the very bottom. So that was a very long time ago. And that's after doing his show, I kind of just got the idea. It was my inspiration. The show went so well and I enjoyed doing it. I was like, you know what? people need to hear what I have to say, because everybody was on the, we're going to $11 million XRP. You know, everyone was saying $100,000. They were saying, you know, $50, $100, all these crazy numbers that we all know they were just outlandish now. And I was like, I need to inform people. I need to tell people need to be getting the truth, because they're being lied to. And that's when I decided to do the show. And now, what's it been? 6 months later, and we have grown so much. It's pretty crazy. I'm so freaking super cycle bullish. I have a group in right now with leverage up. We go, bro. I think the super cycle could happen because, one, they are using fake news and these 90-day pause things to keep the markets inflated. So there is a possibility, because if enough people, you know, believe in it, it manifests itself. So XRP to 10,000, I don't think so. I don't think so. Not in this decade. Well, but I think we could definitely, see something, but I think, they're pushing those super cycle numbers to get everybody hooked on the idea that it's going to 25, 30, 80, 100, 1,000, 10,000. That's a long way to go. Look at all this. That's a long way to move up. That's just to $10. That is a long way to $10. Okay. But I think $10 could be probable, but I think they're feeding these $10,000 numbers and stuff so that way when it does get close to $10, it gets closer to $10, but also those people don't start pulling out. They're going to wait and hold, and then it'll crash. See you in Vegas. We'll celebrate together. I'm always in a suit and not a tracksuit. I wear suits a lot too. I probably have 11 different suits, and I have like 13 different belts and maybe 20 different pairs of shoes. I get a lot of custom shoes made from like designer shoemakers, leather shoes. I've had some custom shoes made by like Stacy Adams and a few different others. I have my other stuff, but I have some pretty dapper stuff. I'm tempted to wear a suit. I'm tempted. If everyone else is wearing a suit, I'm wearing a suit. Why not, right? That sounds like fun. I thought about doing the show in my suit, but I was like, no, I generally wear, like polo shirts and stuff. I'm a golfer, by the way. If you guys know anything about me, I love to golf. I have a golf cart, and I go golfing all the time. I've had several golf carts. I used to have one of those ones you drive on the road, and I would drive it to the golf course, and I'd plug it in, charge it a little bit, and have a few margaritas, and then go out and drive it and play, 9 or 18 holes. I only do about 9 holes now because my back just can't take it. XRP is the coin. No pump here. By the way, no golf here. Only miniature. I'm a big golfer. Has anyone else seen the studio? No, TikTok seller 444. You are the only person I've sent that picture to. So, TikTok seller's actually seen a picture of the studio, and it's quite magnificent. What a change from and that video we watched the other night together, TikTok seller, that was from early January, and that was after our first upgrade. So we went live for like a week or so, I think maybe 2 weeks before I put that monitor up and stuff. And we were doing, I tried to originally do the live from my computer, but I hadn't used my computer in like 10 years, and it would not run live streaming. It was just too dead tech. So I came up with a way to cast my tablet onto the screen, and we had the camera pointed at it because I didn't have TikTok Studio yet, and it was very rudimentary, very much so. And now this studio is magnificent, and we're hardlined in now with the Ethernet. So I moved that up the priority list. So all the Ethernet is run. The satellite's been set up for Starlink. All of that is 100% now. So we shouldn't drop the live anymore. And it's all been rebooted and calibrated and everything. So Starlink is linked in right now to the studio. I'm so excited. We haven't had one problem since I did this. And we did plug it in one live, and it did help a little bit, but it hadn't been fully calibrated and everything yet. Now that all that's been done, it seems to be working flawlessly. So I'm super excited. And we also have a backup Starlink. So we actually have 2 Starlinks for the studio now. So if one crashes, the other one automatically kicks in, so that way if for some reason something happens, there's only a slight little delay between, and it automatically switches to the other network. So it's pretty high tech. I let me tell you right now, and TikTok Seller will tell you this for sure, I spared no expense. The only expense I spared was I was going to go 4 monitors, and I decided to keep the original monitor. So I have a 3 monitor setup, 2 curved, and then I have the original monitor from the beginning of when we started the show. And I knew that this show was going to grow and become something much more later on. So I decided to leave that there so it could remind me where I came from. So I didn't lose sight of what I was trying to do. But like even the lighting is like super high tech. Like we've got lights on tripods with sandbags on them holding up with massive filters and everything. It's freaking awesome. They're all remote control. We have the AI tracking 14K camera. We have the audio interface, the Mackie audio interface. We have a Behringer mixer. We have it's like I think I got about $3,000 into the computer, custom built computer for the show. We have the DJI equipment. We have the wireless mics, the handheld mics. We have the gimbal and the tripod and everything, all the cables and everything. And by the way, I want to give a special shout out to Sweetwater. They made this possible. They are a sponsor for the show. Full disclosure, Sweetwater is a sponsor for the show. However, they did donate equipment, but I did have to buy a lot of it out of pocket. But we started buying so much equipment so quickly. They reached out to me and were like, hey, like, we want to send you these free gifts or whatever. And there's not much, like, I don't have to do a segment for them every live. I do have to mention them about once a month and give them recognition, but it won't be like an ad space. So this would be their recognition for today. So give it out to Sweetwater. You can check them out at sweetwater.com. and they have all kinds of your studio equipment if you're interested in streaming. So thank you all very much for your support, and thanks to Sweetwater. All right. So yeah, we definitely had some story time today. That was cool though. The evolution of this show has been amazing, and I'm really excited about the direction we're headed. We could be speaking at TwitchCon. I really hope that I get that. Obviously, I think the odds are slim, but the fact that they reached out to me and said that they were considering having me be a speaker at TwitchCon, I was very honored. So we'll see. I sent them my proposal of what I would be speaking on and my topic points and all of that. So we'll see if that gets approved or not. If not, no big deal. You know, we're probably still going to be at TwitchCon. I'm not 100% sure. I have to read the language on it, but it sounds like either way, they're sending me to TwitchCon. So I gotta double check with management, but that's not until when is that? It's in San Diego in like November, December, something like that. So it hasn't really been on the top of my list. I've been more focused on the studio, but management is handling all the paperwork now. So we have now somebody to handle all the appeals for TikTok, and we have somebody to handle all of the paperwork and legalities and stuff that comes with this. We're starting an LLC for the business because that hasn't been done and it should have been done a long time ago. But yeah, it's all progressing and moving forward. And I'll tell you though, management has my hands tied a little bit because they don't want me to get hit with the guidelines. So I've kind of reeled it back in a little bit, but not really. But the other day when I got banned, or not that word, don't say that word, I'm going to get in trouble. The other day when I got hit with guidelines and we were off of TikTok for a whole week, management was like, you better not do that. They're like, if you break your NDA, we're looking at all kinds of legal nonsense and stuff. And they're like, if you're going to get removed off of TikTok and all these things. And I was like, you know what? It's still my show. And I have that creative say so where I'm like, it's my show and I'm going to do it my way. But I also do have to pay for the consequences. And it's always with my pocketbook. So I decided that I was going to make that sacrifice for you guys because I felt like it was something that needed to be done because people need to know that information. So for those of you that saw it, hopefully you're preparing for things like that. And if you haven't seen it, it's on YouTube. You can always go and check out the past videos are recorded. The lives are recorded and you can watch them on YouTube at any time. So if you do miss a show, go check it out there. Bearish or bullish? That's a good question. I'd say consolidation. I'd say we're in consolidation and consolidation is indecision. We're moving sideways. We're going to see, does it want to break up from here or does it want to come down? But if it does break up, I would say 270. If it does break down, I would say 230 to $2, 210. So we'll have to see. It's one of those, don't know. Generally in consolidation, you don't buy or sell, right? You wait. Unless you get an indication of what's going to happen, it shows a formation or something, then you would either buy or sell. So we're waiting for that indication. I've been saying the last couple days, not much data. We kind of got a green hammer here, but we still got this, what looks like maybe not quite a red hammer, more like a spinning top. So it's the market is in indecision. But I'll tell you, we formed today's candle and we pumped up and we've come back down and we're inching towards the blue line. If we break past it, that's it. But I think there's an opportunity to see 265 to 270 again before. However, I think it's well due for a price correction, and the previous cycle would indicate that it's going to have a massive, massive drop. So if you're going off of this is a different cycle, everything's different than it's ever been, then I would say, you know, what are you kidding me? We're disconnected. I think it's TikTok. I think it might need to be updated. Are you guys there? Did I lose you? Because OBS is perfectly fine. The internet indication is perfect. But TikTok keeps dropping the live. I think it's either the server or the program needs to be maybe reinstalled or something. I'm not sure. Are you guys still there? Did I lose you? Let me know. And don't forget, if you are watching the show still, especially on TikTok, smash the like button. Go into TikTok and start hitting the like button. Viewership is way down. We're down to 2 viewers. So please help with that. We've got 4 viewers on Twitch. It's a slow day. It's a slow day today. And if it remains slow, I'm going to cut the live short today and just rest a little bit because it's been a long day. But if we can bump it up, you know, great. But it's not good for the algorithm or the stats to have these low numbers. So, censored by TikTok, how you doing? Smash the like button, guys. Start smashing it. We're at 20k likes, but only 3 viewers. It's kind of incredible. So keep hitting the like button. If you're watching on Twitch and you are available, jump over to TikTok and start hitting the like button. Let's get these views up. And don't forget, on Twitch, you can spam the chat as well. That does help. On Twitch, if you're not trying to jump over, send emojis, send questions, send whatever, engage into the show, and that does help with their algorithm as well. Let's get into some news. While you guys are hitting that like button, being my liking warriors, I need y'all right now. Everyone come together and start hitting the live. Paul, thank you for the emojis. All right, crypto basics. Ripple's latest blog post about RLUSD's use case in the hidden road setup has triggered concern among XRP proponents, questioning Coin's role in the deal. On Tuesday, Ripple published a blog posting highlighted the use case of stablecoins like RLUSD. The San Francisco-based payments company emphasized that stablecoins bridge the gap between DeFi and TradeFi. RLUSD's role in hidden road setup. The blog post further highlighted RLUSD's role in the hidden road deal. Recall that Ripple reached an agreement with Hidden Road to acquire the prime broker for $1.5 billion. In its recent blog post, Ripple stated that Hidden Road, which clears over $3 trillion for 300 financial institutions annually, will leverage RLUSD as a collateral asset across its prime brokerage firm. Meanwhile, part of the deal would see Hidden Road transition its post-trade activities onto XRPL. XRP's underlining blockchain, allowing it to reduce costs, with XRPL handling hidden roads post-trades. The prime broker would leverage XRP to pay all post-trades transactions fees. That's actually awesome. The company initially disclosed this in April when it announced Hidden Road acquisition at the time. The disclosure elicited major controversy, with some community members expressing concerns that the company sidelining XRP. Community asked about XRP's role in the Hidden Road deal. These concerns have resurfaced, with Ripple reiterating that Hidden Road will use RLUSD as a collateral asset across its platform. Several users have once again questioned XRP's role in the Hidden Road setup, with some suggesting that XRP's function is now limited to paying transaction fees. Earlier this month, XRP community member Elena this statement on X, she indicated that while RLUSD utility spans cross-border settlements to multi-fiat onboarding, XRP is used to settle transactions only on the XRPL ledger. According to her, XRP was once the preferred bridge asset on XRPL. However, she suggested that the coin is gradually losing its relevance, alleging that RLUSD is gaining traction as Ripple's favorite. For context, Ripple launched the USD pegged stablecoin on the XRPL in December 2024. After its launch, it was integrated into Ripple's payment solution, giving financial institutions access to a fiat-backed digital currency with zero volatility. Since its launch, RLUSD has gained widespread adoption across the broader crypto market and has been listed on major exchanges like Gemini, Uphold, Bitso, and MoonPay. Interestingly, thanks to the Hidden Road acquisition, it is now poised to become its first stablecoin to enable cross margins between traditional markets and digital assets. Ripple Exis dismisses concerns, while XRP proponents are concerned that RLUSD is gradually replacing the favorite coin. Ripple executives have continued to dismiss this assertion. And why wouldn't they? They have everything to gain from Ripple XRP going up because they get to sell it every month. So keep that in mind. It's in their best interest to, they're not going to come right out and say yes or no. They're just kind of dismissing it and saying, oh, no, but there's no straight answer. So this is a problem. Earlier this year, Ripple CEO Brad Garlinghouse said RLUSD and XRP would complement each other, as asserted that both have different functions, noting that while XRP functions as the bridge asset to provide liquidity between two fiat currencies, RLUSD serves as an on-chain fiat. Now, that is a possibility. And I would say that that's probably the more likely scenario. However, I think the only thing, XRP won't get much value from it serving that purpose. It'll get its value from people holding it and not selling it. That's where it's going to get its real price from. Additionally, Ripple CEO David Schwartz stated that RLUSD is good for XRP rather than harmful. He emphasized that stablecoins like RLUSD are crucial in maintaining price stability. Ripple CTO also mentioned that XRP would continue to render key functions like auto bridging that favor its liquidity. And I think that's part of why XRP has been held back a little bit. Is for that reason. People are wondering, aren't they just going to use stable coins? And that's been a concern I've been stating over the last couple weeks is I think that CBDCs are what these institutions actually want to use. For now, it's XRP still holds a place, but I think in the long-term future, stable coins and CBDCs will be the future. So keep that in mind. Tokenization of real world assets. This is on the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission. Before I get into this, I want to address Jfinity's. What candles or patterns do you see to validate or invalidate a move? Nothing right now. It's indecision. We're in consolidation. We need to see a pattern form or a breakout. So that's kind of what we're doing is we're waiting to see. But I would say make sure you're taking profits. Even if we do break out, you should be taking profits. Jfinity with the 5 tiny dinos. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. And don't forget, smash that like button, guys. Everybody on TikTok, come together right now and smash the like button. We've only got 4 viewers right now. We need to bump that viewership up right now. Come together. You don't have to send a gift. You don't have to send a donation. But if you can hit the like button, that is going to be the most helpful thing right now. Obviously, donations and gifts are, needed and essential to running this show. But right now, we need to broaden the show and get more viewership. We need to grow. Growth is very important so that way that financial burden is not just falling on me and you, but we can spread that out to a much bigger community. But as you see in the Twitch chat, those of you watching on Twitch, there's the Steam Elements. You can click that and send a donation, or you can send the donations directly to my Cash App or Venmo. That's at OZZY122335504. And you can send those. TikTok seller, thank you for the 6 Let 'em Cooks. We've got 6 out of 10 Let 'em Cooks for our goal. We're almost there. Let's see if we can get 4 more. 4 more Let 'em Cooks is going to help reach that goal. Who's got me on the Let 'em Cooks? But also, if you can't give, just hit the like button. It's much needed right now. We need to grow viewership dramatically. Or I'm going to start cutting the show back and doing maybe like a 1-hour segment. Because if we're not growing, I'm going to scale things back here. Because we were growing so exponentially before, and we've just kind of fallen back. And part of that's because of getting the guidelines and all of that. We're kind of in a shadow ban. So we have to work together to break ourselves out of the shadow ban, get it back into the For You page. So I need your guys' help to hit that like button. Thank you all very much for your overwhelming support. But I do want the show to grow because we need to get this information out to more people. JM says XRP is trash. What makes you say that? I'm actually really curious why you feel that way, because I'm on the fence. I'm on the fence about it. Live goal achieved. Thank you so much. TikTok seller with 4 more Let 'em Cooks. Thank you very much. And don't forget, if you're not a subscriber, subscribe to the channel as well. Subscriptions also help. Let's see here. Is the subscription thing up there? I don't think it is. I don't know how to, let me see here. Goal settings. There we go. Let's do that. Let's get some subscribers. We need subscribers too. We need more people subscribing. We need more people watching. Because that is what really drives the show. TikTok wants revenue, you know? Inactivity detected in my live. Isn't that something? We are just constantly getting hit with nonsense on TikTok. I can't wait till we no longer need it, but for now we need it. We need to slowly migrate over to Twitch. But I do believe that if we speak at TwitchCon, that's definitely going to boost the show dramatically, and we'll no longer need TikTok. So that's the goal, is to grow the show at TwitchCon. So hopefully I get that spot to speak, because I feel like I have a lot to say, and I feel like I could do a good job at it. And I've worked at these events my whole life. I know how they go down, and I know what works and what doesn't. If they do reach out to me and there's like a secondary process to it, again, because they already did reach out to me. But if there's a secondary process where I can actually talk to somebody, I guarantee I can talk my way in there. But right now it's all automated and whatnot. So we'll see. Thank you all for hitting that like button. Keep on doing it. Let's keep them coming in. We need to get to 50K likes. We're at 22K. Work together, be a team, get those likes up. Much appreciated. And if you are watching on Twitch and you want to come over to TikTok and help with the likes, please do. Please do. And if not, you're working or you're driving, whatever, obviously be safe. Do the safe thing, but we do need that viewership. So this is from the SEC, Securities and Exchange Commission website. This was a speech that was given by Commissioner Mark T. Udea. I'm not going to read it, but it's basically tokenization of real world assets. And this is very bullish for algo. All right. Anything that does tokenization of real world assets, this is very bullish news. Go read it. Go check it out. Very interesting, but I'm not going to read it. But it's there's a lot there. It's not super long, but it's just too much. It's too much. It's a little boring. But I do encourage you to check it out. This is very bullish for algo, I would say, because it's probably one of the top real world tokenization coins. So because of that, but anything that tokenizes real world assets is going to benefit from this news. This is very bullish for real world assets. Man, I have a hard time saying that. These coins are going to soar. And that is Calvin Hill's logo right there. That's so you know where he got it from. He stole it from somewhere else. XRP holders urged to mark their calendars for this date. Dogecoin's OI sees massive 64% surge. Tether will flip Ethereum this year, Samson Mao says. Crypto News Digest by You Today. And where's it at here? Let's see here. XRP holders urged to mark their calendars for this date. According to a recent announcement by CME Group, it will soon launch a new product, XRP Futures. This product is expected to go live on May 19th. CME's plans to introduce XRP were accidentally revealed through a leak via beta webpage. Later in April, XRP officially confirmed the futures launched shortly after CME introduced Solana futures. Last July, the Chicago-based derivatives giant rolled out XRP pricing indices in I don't know, I can't see so well. Which signaled the growth of XRP's institutional adoption. Actually, I should blow this up a little bit so I can see it better. The screens are farther away from me now that I have the new setup. So I'm blind. I even have glasses on. I'm still blind and can't read. Signaled the growth of XRP institutional adoption and introduction of this year. Introduction of XRP futures is seen as a key step towards potential spot ETF approvals later this year, with several major firms already applying. At press time, XRP is trading at 2 blah 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 blah. So CME futures, obviously we know about this, and in the past, when Bitcoin got its futures, it pumped. And so I think that this is a double-edged sword, though, because futures are short positions for XRP. So it may pump at first, but it could also indicate short orders coming in if things don't go the way they're supposed to with the SEC case, or just different news. So keep that in mind. It could drive the price down at some point, but I think initially it will drive it up. Initially it'll drive it up. I don't know what is up with my talking voice today. I think my throat is just getting tired. I've been doing this a lot. What do you think of this? What do you think of that right now? Nose hair trimmer makes trimming your nose hair and pain-free and easy. Little joke. This is another one. This is one to pay attention to. In the words of Calvin Hill, pay attention. Pay attention, okay? XRP, Doge, and ADA holders are warned by Coinbase. Here's why. So, major crypto exchange Coinbase has put holders of Cardano, Litecoin, XRP, and Doge on notice. In a recent tweet, Coinbase indicated that wrapped visions of Cardano, or wrapped or warped? I think it's supposed to say warped versions of Cardano, Dogecoin, Litecoin, and XRP, which are CBADA and CBLTC and CBXRP and CB Doge, are coming soon, right? Coinbase revealed that these assets, CBADA, CBLTC, and CBXRP and CB Doge, are not yet live or available for trading. These assets are not yet live or available. We will announce their launch on their launch date, Coinbase stated in a tweet. And here's the tweet right here. There could be fraudulent actors making false claims that these coins are available to trade. The only official base contract address for these coins will be right here. So you can find this page. This is on U Today. So u.today, you can find this page, and you can click this link right here and find the actual place where you can actually buy these coins if you're interested in buying them. The exchange warned that there could be fraudulent actors making false claims that they're available to trade, with crypto scams increasing. Such pre-launch misinformation often aims to exploit user anticipation and lack of verification. And that brings me to the XPF. Okay. I did not buy XPF. I looked into it, and they want you to link a trust to your wallet. And I would say if you have done that, and it's through Telegram, that was my first red flag, was that you have to click the link on Telegram and then link a trust to your wallet, and you don't even receive it right away. It has all the red flags of a scam. Is it confirmed yet? No. But I am in the same instance of this case right here. I'm shying away from it. Is I wanted to buy it, you know, but there's too much uncertainty and lack of verification. So I'm just going to wait until it goes live before I pick up any. And that'll be fine. The pre-launch, whatever. It's just a hype thing anyway, so that people feel like they can get into it early. That Theta I showed you yesterday is having a bit of a drop. Everything's having a bit of a drop. Everything's having a price correction, and everything's due for a price correction. Everything just got a hard pump. So, you know, that now is the time where you would be buying. You don't buy it, or and I wouldn't even say buying, waiting to see where it's going to bottom out at and then buy. So I didn't buy it yet. I'm still waiting. Thank you for the heads up on though, but I am an advanced trader. I know not to buy in the middle of a pump. Let it wait, let it simmer a little bit, let it cook. All right? Let it cook. And you will, your patience will always pay off in this market. When you're FOMOing or trying to make these decisions, you're going to get burned, or you're going to lose out on opportunity. The best thing to do is be patient. Things always retrace. They always come back and give you a second chance. You don't have to, you know, be so worried and jumpy. All right. Bullying only leads to self-isolation. Xi says, day after the U.S.-China tariff truce. Hold on, I gotta block somebody. All right, 'tis done. I don't really need to read it so much. It basically just restates it. But if let's watch it. It's subtitled, but let's just check it out.
当前，世界百年变局加速演进，多重风险交织叠加，各国唯有团结协作，才能维护世界和平稳定，促进全球发展繁荣。关税战、贸易战没有赢家，霸凌霸道只会孤立自身。
That was it. I think this is another one here though. Let's see here. Let's give it a second to load, and if it doesn't load, oh, I need to give my voice a little break. I was hoping for a little bit longer video. Need to take a drink.
President Donald Trump addressed his plan to accept a Qatari jet worth hundreds of millions of dollars as a gift in an interview with Fox News' Sean Hannity.
But I thought it was a beautiful gesture. Now, there are those that say we shouldn't be accepting gifts to the Defense Department. And I would say only a stupid person would say that. Why wouldn't you do that? And so it helps us out because we'll have a relatively new plane instead of having 40-year-old planes.
Senators have voiced concerns about Trump's plan to accept the luxury plane, citing issues that range from security to promoting American manufacturing. Trump plans to use the plane as Air Force One.
My attitude is, why wouldn't I accept the gift? We're giving everybody else. Why wouldn't I accept the gift? You know, we've secured that part of the world for many years. So if somebody makes a gift, then I'm not getting nothing. I get to fly it like any other president would.
That's interesting. Everyone's giving him backlash for that. I don't know. I don't think it's good for politicians to be accepting bribes in quotations. But it does kind of seem a little over the top. So I don't know. I don't completely agree with it. I also don't disagree with it. That's for the American people to decide. And I think it's up to the legislators to decide and the judicial branch to decide if he broke some rules there. I believe it is illegal though. I believe that they're not allowed to accept gifts over a certain amount of money, and I think it's only a few $1,000s. So that is something to consider. All right, this one's pretty interesting. Rogue communication devices found in Chinese solar power inverters. U.S. energy officials are reassessing the risk. Let me zoom into this a little bit. The risk posed by Chinese-made devices that play a critical role in renewable energy infrastructure and unexplained communication equipment was found inside some of them. Two people familiar with what Matt said, power inverters, which are predominantly produced in China, are used throughout the world to connect solar panels and wind turbines to electricity grids. They are also found in batteries, heat pumps, and electric vehicle chargers. While inverters are built to allow remote access for updates and maintenance, the utility companies that use them typically install firewalls to prevent direct communication back to China. However, rogue communication devices not listed in product documents have been found in some Chinese solar power inverters by U.S. experts who stripped down equipment hooked up to grids to check for security issues, the two people said. Are you still there on TikTok? I think the bit rate is too high for TikTok right now. I'm gonna have to have the IT guy look at that. That is interesting. Let's see here. Let's see. Two people said this. Over the past 9 months, documented communication devices, including cellular radios, have been found in some batteries from multiple Chinese suppliers. One of them said Reuters was unable to determine how many solar power inverters and batteries they have looked at. The rogue components provide additional undocumented communication channels that could allow firewalls to be circumvented remotely with potential catastrophe consequences. The two people said both declined to be named because they did not have permission to speak to the media. We know that China believes there is value in placing at least some elements of our core infrastructure at risk of destruction or disruption, said Mike Rogers, a former director of the U.S. National Security Agency. I think that the Chinese, in part, hoping that the widespread use of inverters limits the options that the West has to deal with the security issues. A spokesperson for the Chinese embassy said, we oppose this generalization of concept of national security, distorting and smearing China's infrastructure achievements. Using the rogue communication devices to skirt firewalls and switch off inverters remotely or changing their settings could destabilize power grids, damage energy infrastructure, and trigger widespread blackouts, experts said. This is interesting. And, you know, I don't remember when it was. Was it like the 90s or the 80s or something? They had a thing came out and they were like saying, oh, your toaster's spying on you because everything was coming from China. And they were finding this kind of stuff in the things from China. This happened before in the past. We keep getting disconnected. Let me see here. I may need to make a little change here on TikTok Studio. Not quite sure how to do this. I need the IT guy. And the IT guy is not here. The IT guy won't be here till like 8 o'clock tonight. So if TikTok is dropping on you, my apologies. We'll get that figured out here very soon. But this is interesting. You know, the fact that China could be sending out inverters that could be remote controlled and shut down, this could be devastating to the power grid. And everything's going solar, especially here in California. But yeah, very interesting. And don't forget, if you're watching on TikTok, smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. But right now, we need your likes. We need your likes on TikTok now more than ever. So hit the like button. We're probably going to end the live a little short today because it's going to be bad for the analytics because we're not having much viewership or engagement. So when we're not getting, you know, any engagement or low viewership, we have to end the live, unfortunately, because it's bad for the show overall. So we're probably going to call it a little bit early, but this is something to take into consideration. With China doing this, it makes me question the trade deal with them. It's a 90-day pause, but there's no deal. And the fact that they had made deals with Joe Biden and they didn't honor any of them makes me wonder if China's playing the long game and they're only squeezing us so that we seem weak and other countries try to strong arm us. Because since this deal or 90-day pause happened with China, now India is putting retaliatory tariffs on the US, and no one's talking about it. I'm the only person talking about it. There are now retaliatory tariffs from India right now. And I think that they're trying to do the same thing that happened with China. They're like, well, if we hold out, we'll get a better deal. Them saying explains drones are most certainly making us a fool now. Spying, yeah. They're spying on us. They have control of all of our electronics. They make all of our electronics. They could potentially be doing some very nefarious things. I gotta handle TikTok real quick. All right, I think that fixed it. Yeah, that we keep getting disconnected from TikTok. Keeps dropping. Interesting. We talk bad about China and we start getting all these issues. Very interesting to me. I find it very interesting. And this is why we have Twitch. It's a backup. Because TikTok's been hella glitchy. If you're not speaking the narrative that TikTok wants you to, but you're not breaking guidelines, they drop the live like a lot. And it makes it hard for streaming and hard for maintaining viewership. But China's doing a lot of nonsense right now. All right, Trump's trade war wins so far. More talks, uncertainty, and deadlines. The White House has said its agreements with the UK and China are starting points, but so far the Trump administration has given up more than it has gained. So not looking too good with the whole tariff thing. That's why it's only a 90-day pause, because the amount of tariffs that were put on China were unsustainable. It was going to cause collapse of both countries, and you know, this is not good. This is not good. More than a month after President Donald Trump's tariff-focused Liberation Day, just about all Americans has one is more deadlines and assurance of ongoing talks. That's all we've won, is more deadlines and more talks. Nothing is set in stone. Nothing is official. No deals have been signed, even with the UK. And I don't even think there's been a deal with Israel now. I think there was going to be a deal, and I'm not sure if that's 100% yet. I'm still looking into that. With China and the U.S. has secured no major changes other than offsetting step downs of recent import duties and import restrictions. And an accord with the UK announced last Wednesday offered little beyond improved access for U.S. meats and ethanol. And that's not even official yet. The White House has said both agreements are starting points. While it's been enough to soothe international markets and restore U.S. stock gains, the Trump administration has little to show in the way of concessions gained from the agreements. And this is true. And no one is talking about this. They're all just saying, oh, we got a trade deal. Everybody thinks, oh, there's a trade deal, it's fine. Even when we had the 90-day pause, everyone's like, oh, it's a 90-day pause. There was no pause. All tariffs were still in place. It was just a pause for like 100% tariffs. They lie to you. They lie to you. They use manipulative wording tactics to lie to you. And that's why so many people are misinformed. And that's why I'm not 100% on the idea that everything is going to be okay and we're not just going to come crashing back down. I don't think we're going to the moon because none of this stuff is set in stone. It's just created more uncertainty, and people will find out. The truth always comes out, and look at, we're dropping below this line now. This is not good for XRP right here. Oh, wait a minute. The line got moved. Never mind. We're not there, but we're getting close to it. Oh, wait, no. Yeah. We're right at the line. Let's see here. That one. Look, it's right at the line. And it touched it. It literally touched it, and it came up and started to work its way back up again. But if this candle closes below this line, then that means that this is no longer support and it becomes resistance, and it will bounce up underneath it and eventually break down. So keep in mind, keep an eye on the 1-day chart right now. The 1 day is everything, but it also kind of looks like a nasty head and shoulders possibly. This could be a head and shoulders. It's not quite textbook, but I would probably say in the 4 hour, it's more like it. That is pretty dang textbook for a head and shoulders. Boom. So if it falls down here, oh, let's say 1, 2, 3 days maybe. That would be Thursday-ish and coming into the weekend sell-off. And this would line up with Friday, another little pump, and then Sunday dropping all the way down to 208. That lines up with the way the market's been moving. TikTok seller with the 4 tiny dinos, thank you very much. Much appreciated. Don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. Share the show too. You know, when you guys share, it also does drive the For You page. Even if those people don't come and watch the show, you sharing it drives the For You page algorithm for TikTok. So share the show, guys. Hit the like button. Hit all the buttons you can. Show us as much engagement as you can. But we got to get up, you know, to like 50K likes and at least like 10 viewers on TikTok, or I got to end the live here very soon. And that's probably, I feel like that's what's coming. And I don't like ending the show early. I like doing the whole thing, you know, but the analytics, we have to work with averages. So unfortunately, that's just how it is. So keep smashing the like button, keep hitting all the buttons. And if you're on Twitch, don't forget to chat and engage and be in there, even if you're just sending emojis. When you guys are engaging in the chat on Twitch as well, that's helping their algorithm as well. All right. Engagement is way down today. Way down. I need your help. We have to work together as a community here. Spam the chat. That goes for TikTok as well. Spam the chat. Hit the like button. Send in gifts. Whatever you guys can do, we need to do it. There's also a little thing here down in the chat. It looks like a horn with confetti coming out of it on Twitch. I believe you can hit that one and you can cheer on the show. Do you use 4-hour candle as your main view? No. The 1 day. But the 4-hour would be an indication of like about a week or 4 or 5 days out, and that's what we're seeing here. But the main one we look at is the 1 day. We got our little ghost guy. He's back. I put the ghost guy back because I feel like we're not quite there yet. HD Malicious with the chat icon. Thank you very much. I appreciate the engagement that you are giving. It's much appreciated. It does help. The other day, the chat was going crazy on Twitch and everybody was messaging a lot. And because of that, we got some haters that came into the chat, and that drove up the chat even more, and everybody was chatting together, and it was really good for the show, for the analytics. But we have to maintain those levels. TikTok seller with 12 roses. Thank you very much, man. Hopefully I was able to help out your show earlier, TikTok seller. I noticed you weren't getting any likes, and there wasn't much. There was like 2 or 3 viewers in the show. So I just started double tapping the like button like crazy for you, bro. And before you know it, man, there was a lot of people at one point. We had, I want to say we were up to like 100 viewers for you. And then I started seeing the sales coming in for you, man. And so I hope that helped boost things up a little bit. And people started chatting and sending stuff, so I hope that helped you out, man. Thanks for helping us. Yeah, I appreciate you. Yeah, I try to help out. If you have a show or a channel or whatever, I'm gonna always drop in and give you a little bit of love. B has a channel, and I drop in his, and when he's playing games. He hasn't been around lately though. I think he's been pretty busy lately. I get it. Memorial Day's coming up and stuff. So he's been pretty busy. But if you do have a channel or something like that, and you want to shout out or anything, or you want to send it my way, I will come and support you. And as soon as TikTok seller has something to sell that I want, I'm gonna buy it. I just don't see the need for melatonin gum. It kind of seems silly to me, but who chews gum before bed? That's how you wake up with gum in your hair. I'm just trolling you a little bit, TikTok seller, but that was a funny one. That one I was like, yeah, I can't condone this behavior. I was like, this is not good. Whoever had this idea, no. Cavities, yeah. But could you imagine chewing on a piece of melatonin gum before bed, right? First, I was like, oh, this is a great idea. It was like a neurology like thing or whatever. And I thought, okay, it's a gum that you chew that gives you vitamins throughout the day that like boosts your brain activity. And then I looked into it because I was going to buy some. I was like, oh, that sounds awesome. I want some gum that's going to give me some vitamins that's going to help my brain, right? And function on a higher level. So I'm like, yeah, I want that. And then I looked into it and I was like, it's just melatonin. It makes you sleepy. It's a sleep aid. I was like, who chews gum before bed? That's the makings of a disaster. I sell them for campaign deals. I get it. I know how it is. I sold the products too on here. I totally understand. And they offer those deals and campaign deals because they know that the product's not that great. I don't use that shit. No, my hair is so thick it would not survive it. I know, right? If you chew melatonin gum before bed, by the way, I've been saving this until after TikTok seller was not selling this product. But if you chew melatonin gum before bed, you are due for a haircut. Right? That's all that can lead to is a haircut. That's all you're gonna get out of it. Oh man, I must have laughed for a good 30 minutes with the staff here the other day. We were dying laughing over the freaking melatonin gum. Will you make a short trade this weekend? I don't do shorts. There's too much risk in it for me. I'd rather just be patient, because with a short you can be liquidated. So I don't do shorts. It's too risky. I'd rather just wait for it to drop and go long. And I'm very patient. If you've been watching this show, you will see I am very patient. I'm watching it every day, but I'm not overzealous. I'm just waiting to see, and I know that when things happen, I'll get a second chance at it. I'll at least catch half of it. I'm not gonna, fret over a little bit. Yeah, obviously this is nice. This is a nice move here from 210 all the way to 265. That was beautiful. And we called it here. We called it. This is beautiful. Doesn't stop loss fix being liquidated? I mean, I don't do stop loss trading because a lot of times when trading, you set those stop losses and it drops down right to the stop loss. It sells you off, and then it only goes maybe a little lower or right to it, and then it recovers. I stay away from the stop loss as well. I have a very unorthodox style of trading, and that's why we're so accurate. Yeah, it is rigged, and I don't trade and follow all the nonsense that and I wouldn't call it nonsense. It does have some validity to it. Okay, I'll give it that. But I just when I was doing the show too, management was like, "Hey, like you need to start using more indicators and doing more technical analysis like these other creators are." And I was like, "Yeah, I can do that." They're like, "Do you even know how?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I know how to do this." And so I was for a while there. For a little while, I adapted that style, kind of against my will, based off of management. TikTok seller, thank you for the 16 roses, much appreciated. But I realized that once I did that, I started becoming less accurate. And I realized I was like, I have something to offer here by being different, by showing people how I trade, because when I trade my style, I'm way more accurate, way more ahead of the curve, and I don't have that outside white noise influencing my brain, making me second guess myself. And when I do it this way has been true fire for me. It's worked for me for the last 10 years, 15 years. And I'm going to do me. It's my show. And I told them, I'm like, I understand other people want to see that, but that's what sets this show apart from everyone else. Because you can, and you've all seen me firsthand do the technical analysis. You'll throw out a project up there, I'll pull it up. Do you see me pulling up indicators? Do you see me pulling up anything like that? No. I'm looking at the candles, I'm looking at the patterns, and that's it. And that is how it's done. It's been done like that for a very long time. These indicators and things are newer technologies, and I believe that they're flawed, and I believe that AI uses those against people. Do you ever use the take profit option? What do you mean take profit option? Like an indicator that tells you when to take profits? I know when to take profits. I take profits at every resistance zone. Every time I'm like, okay, this is where resistance is at, I take profits there. Then it moves up more, I take profits there. Don't be too greedy, you know? Being greedy is going to burn you in the long run. Some of these companies I work with are from China, and when they ask them anything, they are useless. Oh, I agree. I know what you mean. I literally got banned from selling the Arculus wallets. And I did nothing wrong. All I did was sell wallets, and I did a great job at it. We sold a lot of wallets, and it helped a lot of people. But it's nonsense. Let's see. Mother of Dragons with the heart me. Thank you very much. Kodak 59 with the, let's see, 4 roses. Thank you very much. Oh, also. Oh, Kodak 59 with another 19 roses. Send in a heart me, guys. If you look up at the very top left, right where my name is, you see the Ozthecryptogoat logo on the top on TikTok. There's a little heart right there. If you click that and you send me a heart me, if I get like a few more people to send those heart me's, I actually advance on the percentages on TikTok, where I'll possibly, I wouldn't say I'm not gonna make a lot of money, but it raises my percentage of what I actually will make. So instead of making $1, I'll make like $5 for the live. So the heart me's are definitely something to engage in if you're interested in sending those. That's going to be your best gift to send, is the heart me's. Kodak 59 with the heart me. Thank you very much. I hear people talking bad about XRP. That means hold till 2030 and you'll be rich. I don't know. Yes and no. We did cover some of the news about TikTok seller with a greeting heart. Thank you very much. Reread some news about is XRP obsolete now? You know, because of RLUSD. Will it only be used for gas fees? That's the question at hand. Is XRP just used for liquidity for paying gas fees? I don't know. You know, Brad Garlinghouse said no, it's going to help XRP by having RLUSD. But XRP really gets its value from people buying it and holding it. Thank you, TikTok seller, for your support. I appreciate you very much. And anytime I see you on, I haven't been on TikTok much lately because I'm doing the show or we're building the studio. But yesterday I ended a little bit early and I just needed to zone out and TikTok for a while just to shut my brain off and doom scroll. Because I was just overly manic. I didn't go to sleep until like, I think like 5 or 6 a.m. this time. And then I was up at like 9. So I was like, I just needed something to shut my brain off with. So when I am on TikTok and I see you there, I always come try to at least give you some likes or show you some love. I'm hoping for you one day to have a product that I want to buy, and I'll buy it. But I'm very particular about the things I buy. They must fit a certain criteria. How much did you lose when you first started to how much did you make? Technically, I've never taken a loss. I know that sounds crazy. I mean, I have taken losses, but I've always regained it back later on with a trade. So I've never actually taken losses. I've usually broken even. I would say at the most of a loss I've taken is, you know, maybe like a couple grand, but over the grand scheme of things, how long I've been doing this, it's basically nothing. My brain just works differently. And you know what? You want to know? Okay, let's talk about something. Was anybody in the GATE program in school in the 90s? Were any of you in the GATE program? I was in the GATE program. Censored by TikTok, thank you for the 21 roses and the heart me, much appreciated. 42 roses from Censored by TikTok. Was anybody in the GATE program? I think it's Gifted and Talented Education program. Nobody was in that? So there's this, let me get these numbers up, guys. Thank you. Your daughter was. What do you know about it? What do you know about the GATE program? Danny? Because I was in the GATE program, and let me tell you, what's the best way to get someone coaching with you? Be a deluxe subscriber and on TikTok and message me directly. When you're a deluxe subscriber on TikTok, you have access to one-on-one coaching from me. No, not on here. It's got to be on TikTok because that's part of it. It was for advanced students. You know, it's more than that. It's more than that. It's some MK Ultra stuff they're doing. You aren't leaving TikTok? For now, I'm not. We're going to be using TikTok probably at least until TwitchCon, which is months out from now. So I'm going to say probably another 6 months of TikTok before it's completely phased out. At least 3, maybe 6. It just depends. So yeah, it's still a viable thing to have, and that's just the way it works now. And when it does happen, June 19th is the deadline for the TikTok ban. So yeah, maybe June, but that's 1 month out from now. So you'd get a month of subscription. So, and anybody that purchases a subscription on TikTok and we do end up moving to Twitch, I'm going to honor those through Twitch later on at no extra charge. So it'll continue on through the month. So you're still going to get whatever you pay for, you're going to get. Okay. I'm not going to cheat anybody out of anything. So the GATE program, Gifted and Talented Education, it's some MK Ultra stuff. And let me tell you, I was in the program and I forgot about it. And I thought that I was supposed to be in it. And then like I never got put into it, but I was put into it. And my mom was like, oh yeah, you were in that program. I was like, I thought I never got signed up for it. She's like, no, yeah, you were in it. And for the longest time, I was like, I don't remember any of it. And now there's this thing on TikTok where, and you can look it up. Go onto TikTok and type in the search bar, GATE program, right? And you can see these videos, and I started getting them in my For You page, and it started coming back to me. I started remembering it, the pink juice and the different puzzles and things that they would have you do, and all those things. I remember it now. And more recently, it's been starting to come back to me. But a lot of people are saying, like, through that program, it's like this MK Ultra type thing where they're trying to find children that have telekinetic abilities and or like they can make predictions. And I, call me crazy, okay, but I also watch these TikTok videos and they just came across my For You page by accident, you know, and they're like, pick a card and tell me what's on the other side of the card. And out of like 60 different videos that I watched, every single one of them I got right. I was able to name the color and the number on the card. Like that, they'll pick an Uno card out of the deck and they'll hold it and they'll say, guess what the card is, and then they flip it over, and I was right like every single time. And I was like, what is going on here? And I've been like looking into like what's going on with that, and I think that's part of why I'm so good with predicting the markets. Yeah, some of it's pattern, but a lot of it's intuition. I just get these feelings where I'm watching the market and I'm like, I think it's turning around today. I don't know. Sometimes it shows a pattern that I see that other people aren't seeing, but sometimes it's other things. But I feel like I have this intuition. You can call me crazy or whatever, but it's proving itself more and more every day to me, especially now that I'm aware of it and I'm observing it. User censored by TikTok, thank you for the heart meat, the 42 roses, and 11 goats. You've made a lot, a lot, or a little lot. I mean, I'd say I've made a little lot. You know, I'm not filthy freaking rich, and most of my I'm cash poor. Okay, I am cash poor, but I do own lots of hard assets, and I have businesses. I did just sell one of my businesses. I'm not doing it anymore. But I did keep the car collection. I was doing mechanics, but doing this show is just takes all my time. So I basically sold that business to continue onward with this business from now on. It seems like you shamed me yesterday when I told you about Ann Tucker and the angels saying XRP is a good investment. You believe in deep intuition. I do. I didn't mean to shame you. That's good to have property too and be cash poor. Yeah, I think cash is not a good thing to have right now anyway. But I didn't mean to shame you on that. And I'm sorry if I came across that way. No, I do believe in those things. But I feel like I'm getting the opposite energy. I feel like something's telling me to stay away from it right now. And I think, I guess more of what I was trying to indicate yesterday is there are a lot of people on the internet that have everything to gain from you and from building a following and influencing their following to do what is best for them. So it's very alarming to me. For me, I'm a very unbiased. I don't care. I just want to see people succeed. I want good things for people, and I want you to decide what's best for you on your own. I'm not going to tell you, hey, angels told me, or my intuition is telling me to do this. I'm just going to tell you what I see, and you make that decision for yourself. She just says put 10 or 20 into it. Yeah, those types of people, those are the kinds of people that think you can buy 10 or 20 bucks worth and hold on to it and you're going to be filthy rich. That's just not how it works. How long are my shows normally? I'm live Monday through Friday, 5 to 9 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. So 4 hours every day. I know she's looking out for her too. Yeah, and that's part of why I'm like, I get what she's saying, and maybe there's something to it, and I do take a little bit of validity to it. Maybe there is something there, because I do have strong intuition connections with XRP as well. And I think XRP is linked to a very spiritual community. However, I'm conflicted right now. That TikTok comment section on that video I sent you was a disaster. It's insane how clueless people were, but it's not even their fault. I agree, because everybody was being fed that, and I'm not calling you out, Guinea Marie. Okay, so don't take this the wrong way. This is not you. But there are people on TikTok that are saying, I'm channeling angels that are telling me to tell you to buy XRP. They're telling people that XRP is going to $11 million by the end of this year. They're telling them all kinds of crazy things, and they have everything to gain from that. And a lot of people are misinformed or not well informed, and because of that, they are highly manipulatable. TikTok, their algorithm is very suggestive. That's why it's very easy for you to sell products on TikTok, because the way TikTok operates with their algorithm, it supplies a dopamine hit to them. And it's even stronger of a dopamine hit when they buy something or product, or when they send a rose or whatever, these different things. Have you noticed, like, the engagement on Twitch is very minimal? People are watching and they're listening, and that's what it's meant for. Whereas TikTok, there's something about it, how it works and operates, and the layout or whatever. It's very mind control that causes people to be more have more engagement with it. Yes, it's very powerful and very smart. That's why it takes longer to grow on Twitch. But once you grow on Twitch, your following is solid. And that's why I chose Twitch, because those who watch people on Twitch, their following are diehard. I think she's feeling What's going on, everybody? Smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. How is everybody doing today? Jessica, thank you for the heart me. Appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. I'm doing great. Glad to see you. The news, we got some news today, that's for sure. Definitely got a little bit of news. I think the speech is probably the biggest news today. Does it look bearish or bullish still? That's a good question too. We'll get into it. In the meantime, welcome. How's everybody doing? I'm feeling a lot better. Taking some meds. Getting over this sickness has been kind of awful. Yeah, I bought some. I bought a few days ago, though. I took profits, and I'm thinking about getting a re-entry. I think we might have a price correction tomorrow, maybe, or sometime tonight, and then that would be the entry point again for a new trade. I think we're still bullish, baby. I think we're still bullish. At the same time, we kind of hit that mark of 230 and came back down hard. Price correction is the pullback. We have this candle right here, and it's mostly a wick. That's our price correction. So we moved up quite a bit very quickly, and so it has to pull back and correct. I think the emote's not working well. It should be. If any of the people monitoring the show from my staff are watching, can you check and see if there's something wrong with the emotes? Smash that like button, guys. Subscribe to the channel. Share the show with your friends. We will be cutting the TikTok live short, and you will have to come over to Twitch to catch the second half of the show. So make sure you come over to Twitch. That's Ozthecryptogoat, all lowercases, no spaces. Don't miss out. We are migrating off of TikTok to mitigate our nonsense that we have to deal with TikTok. There's been a lot of suppression. But if you are on TikTok, make sure you're pressing that like button. Make sure you're engaging in the chat. Make sure you're sharing it with your friends, and we're getting this out to new people. Bullish to 250? Maybe. I think 245, 247 is it. This blue line. Ugh. Jessica with the little ghost. How do you guys like the new ghost? His arm goes here. and then it goes back up. We got a new ghost now. I think we're gonna I think we're gonna fall short of hitting this blue line, but we could. If we break up any higher, I would say that we have a strong chance of hitting the blue line, which is 245 to 247. But we're starting to close a red candle here. Starting to close a red candle. So it's hard to say. What's this run about? It's just fulfillment of price correction. We drop down really hard, we have to move up again and then come back down. That's just how it works. Thank you, Kodak. I'm glad you like it. Yeah, we're stepping up the production value of the show. Yeah, the ghost is fun. I figured it would be something nice to do. Kind of step it up a little bit. I think it's correcting itself now. I think it already corrected from 230. So 220, 222 is support now. So if it breaks below that, expect it to be done and over with. If it breaks 215, it's done. It's over. That's it. Nice little run we had. But I don't feel it. I think everything has a lot more steam in it. Bitcoin's got more in it. I hear some people saying 100K for Bitcoin. I don't really see it. I really think that we're about to hit that target at 94.95 is what I said for Bitcoin. So it could run out of steam up here. It had a heavy push upward. It could bull flag right here and do it again, and we could see 100K. But based off of my technical analysis, if this is a double bottom, we moved up, we're fulfilling that double bottom, we should see some new formation forming here that's going to tell us where we're going. And I think we're going to see somewhat of a bull flag right here. I think we will. And I think that could take us up to 100K on Bitcoin. I really think things are starting to turn around. I don't know if it's for the long haul turning around, but I think we're probably going to get some nice movement throughout this week, just before the end of the month. I think once the end of the month comes, we're going to be toast. It'll start coming back down, and it's going to drop nice and toasty. But there's good news. There's good news with the tariff stuff. A lot of good things are happening. So I can't really speculate on anything bearish right now other than trend lines. Trend lines are it, and we're above this resistance is now support. So as long as we stay above it, we should see a move up into this higher zone. The longer it takes to get over there, though, the lower that zone is going to be. So right now, if it keeps pumping like it's been doing, I see about 145. If it takes a while and we consolidate a little bit before and then move up, I would say, 140. It could go down. It is going down right now. I do think we could see a price correction all the way back to 215, but then move up from there. It depends on how long it takes to make a formation. So 240, 245 is dependent on how long it takes. If it takes, a week and we have to wait through the weekend, I would say 240. If we get it before this weekend's, I'd say 245. And if you're watching on TikTok, smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. Let's get some viewership on TikTok, guys. So help out, send in those gifts, share the show, let your friends know. We need to break back to 240 for me to actually be bullish again. I agree. I want to see it break above 240. I want to see it hit 280. I want to see it break above 280. And then I think we're bullish and we could see $4 or $5. I'm not better, but I have to be better because there's too much going on for me to not be going live for you guys. Too much going on. But, I will be taking tomorrow off. So keep that in mind, guys. So if you're not a subscriber yet on TikTok already, become a subscriber so you can get those daily price point videos, because right now is more crucial than ever. You're going to want to know when to make those trades. Six days for what? Since you've been sick? Do I see this pumping years? Like pumping for years and years? I think we'll get, pumps and pullbacks, and eventually, every time it pulls back, it'll be a little bit higher every time. And eventually, one day it'll stabilize, above $3, above $5, above $10. But that's going to take a lot of time. Yeah, I don't know what I have. I had this like 3 weeks ago, and now I have the exact same thing, all the same symptoms again. It's like deja vu. Smash that like button, guys. Subscribe to the channel. Share the show with your friends. Yesterday, I was watching the pumping on Bitcoin when it was happening. It was 88 and it goes to 93, 98, 94. Did you see that moment where I was talking to you at that time and then I was talking to my friend? I told them it's going to go up because my analyst told me that. Yes, I do. I do remember that conversation. That was in the middle of the night. What was it, like 3 a.m., 2 a.m.? So 222 was not, no, 222 was the place to take profits. You guys should be taking profits along. That's one thing I wanted to reiterate today, guys. Jumping in and out is not how it's done, guys. You want to leave a little bit in there, take some profits. And really where you want to do is put it in down here. Okay. You want to put it in down here, let it run up here and take profits as it pumps up on the way down. But if you're just jumping into it, what you're trying to do is get in at these low zones like 163 and take profits along the way up, so that way when it dips back down again to 155, you can put all those profits back in. But you won't miss a candle pump by doing it that way. Told my Telegram, yeah, I don't, and I'm, for that, I really appreciate it. I really admire you for that, mate. Thank you very much. You made me proud. No problem. Because I told my Telegram group that it definitely goes up regarding my analyst told me the way he actually analyzed it. Thank you, man. I'm glad that I was able to help you guys. When big things are happening, okay, I'm usually awake for it. The only reason I didn't really catch last night's pump and I wasn't answering any messages. I was so sick after the live. Like after the live, I was done. And I crashed out and I slept. I actually slept for the first time in a long time. But yeah, if things are going on, especially if I'm feeling well, I'm going to be up all night. I'm going to be up all hours of the night watching this, and we're going to, catch those prices together. So when you're a deluxe subscriber on TikTok, you're going to get access to messaging me in the middle of the night when things are pumping, baby. I hope always everything goes for you well. I appreciate you, mate. Thank you very much. I appreciate you guys too. I do this for you guys. I mean, I'm doing it anyway, so I figure I might as well share the wealth, I guess, So it is great, to be able to help people. At the same time, we're growing something here. We have an awesome show, I think, and I feel like I have so many more stories to tell you guys. Sorry, whoops. I have so many stories I want to tell you guys. I want to do a story time today. The second half of the show is going to be a Twitch exclusive show, and so if you move over to the Twitch side for the show for the second half, you're gonna get the second half of the story, guys. We're gonna be talking about Subtropolis, the underground city below LA. It's not actually called Subtropolis, but we're gonna get into the facts and nitty gritty about that. What's true, what's fiction, from somebody that's actually been inside and seen these things firsthand. You see that girl that spills the beans on it? Yeah, I've seen a few. A lot of people, they don't really know what they're talking about. There's a few, and when I say there's a few, I mean a few, like one or two that I've seen that actually have it right. You have to tell me your name, because I don't think, if it sounds crazy and far-fetched, it probably is. Occam's razor. Do you guys know what Occam's razor is? Basically, if there are two schools of thought on something, it's usually the thing that is more mediocre and mundane that is true than the crazy thing. However, I do know some crazy things about the tunnels and things in LA. Yes, I will be in Vegas on June, what did I say? Is June 2nd, right? June 2nd, I will be doing a meet and greet in Las Vegas, guys. I'm probably going to be playing some Texas Hold'em. I may or not. Maybe we'll play some craps or something. But we'll also be doing the live show from the casino floor. And those of you that show up for the meet and greet will get to be on the show. So we'll be on the show. We'll be talking to each other. I'll be interviewing you guys and asking about your crypto experiences and things like that. And you will be in the hot seat. You get to talk a little bit if you want to. That's up to you. But you'll get to be there live for the face reveal show. That is coming June 2nd. We are doing it'll be a face reveal. It'll be a meet and greet. It's going to be June 2nd in Las Vegas. King, thank you for the rose. There's tunnels in Vegas too, yes. Every major city, guys, everywhere in the world has some type of underground other part or city to it. I've been in many of them. I mean, Kansas City has one. Kansas City's is called Subtropolis, and it's not what you think it is. It's just an underground mall. Her name is Allie Carter. I'll look it up. Do I think we're going to go down from here? Yeah, but I think we'll honestly, I think right now 220 is going to be as low as we go. I don't really see it going much lower. Let's look at the 1 minute. See, we're dancing on this line right here. You know, we dropped below it and shot right up above it. And this line is 220. And as it goes down, it gets lower. You know, so it depends on how long it takes for it to pump again. TikTok is down. Oh, they took her down. They took her TikTok down. Yeah, that's why I only talk about certain things in certain lives, and what we're going to be talking about will be on Twitch only. So if you guys want to hear the stories about Subtropolis and LA and other cities that I've been and worked in, and you guys want to know what it's about, and I think because of the venue that it is and its popularity, I think we're going to do the meet and greet at Caesar's Palace, possibly. But that's what you're going to expect to see in the underground city. There are places that are not like that, but they do have places where they literally have an artificial sky, just like Caesar's Palace in Las Vegas. And they have trees that are growing. They have it looks like you're outside. I have not re-entered yet. I'm kind of waiting to see what it's gonna do, but I feel like it could come down to 219 again. It seems like it wants to stay above, but also this kind of looks like a Head and Shoulders, so it could bring us down to 215. It depends. There are mostly in the more glamorous areas, people are living there, and or excuse me, not living there, but working there. Things are happening. And then in the less glamorous areas, there are the mole people. But we're going to talk about it after the show. We're going to talk about it after the show. BTC is used by the elites to buy stuff. Reason it's going to 0 XRP. I don't think it's going to 0 XRP, but I think it's going to see. I think the whole crypto market's going to see a dramatic drop before they flip the switch, so to speak. I think it's going to be the biggest shakeout in crypto history, in my opinion, because why wouldn't they? Why would they want to share all that wealth with you? They want to shake you out and get you out. Will we get an alt season this year? We are in alt season. We are actually in meme season now. So basically, we had, I call it the simul season. This is the simul season, guys. Normally we have a Bitcoin season, and then we have an altcoin season, and then we have a meme coin season, and we are getting the simul season this year, and that is because people have learned the trend. Okay, they've learned the trend, and they're trying to be ahead of the trend. So when Bitcoin pumps, what did they do? They bought altcoins and meme coins first, which pumped them the same time as Bitcoin did. And we have more projects than we've ever seen in the crypto space in all of history. So the liquidity is spread out quite a bit. So everyone's waiting for alt season, waiting for meme season, and they're waiting on Bitcoin dominance to fall. Well, guess what? Everything in the market, except for meme coins, is mirroring Bitcoin. And that's because we are in meme coin season. So when Bitcoin and Ethereum, or well, I wouldn't even say Ethereum's on its own kick, man. It's losing big time. Yeah, Bitcoin is a meme coin. But when you're seeing these prominent coins, Bitcoin, XRP, HBAR, Chainlink, XLM, you know, these bigger altcoins, I would call them utility coins. When you see these big utility coins and Bitcoin start to drop, you notice that the meme coins pump. That's because people are moving their liquidity from Bitcoin, from these utility coins and altcoins, and they're putting them into meme coins. So we're getting a simul season right now. Everything is all happening at once. Waiting on Filecoin. Dude, I'm all about Fartcoin. I'm going to own Fartcoin just so that I can say I have it. I will always own one Fartcoin. Guaranteed. And I believe me, I am not the only person that's going to be doing that. It is literally, meme coins are collectibles, okay? And I want to own a Fartcoin, okay? Just like people want to own a Trump coin. They want to own these different meme coins, okay? I will always own a Fartcoin and a Shiba Inu. Always. If you have a minute, can you look at Hex? I'm playing with that a little. Yeah, let's look at it. Hex. You believe XRP hits $5 this year? If we start pumping and breaking out of this trend now, yes, we could see a $5 XRP. However, I think it's highly unlikely and will probably drop down into the $1 zones and then move up into like $2.80, maybe $3 again for a second pump. What's up, TikTok seller? Where is Hex? Maybe this one? Some of these are like really bad charts and I don't like to look at them. They are hard to read. HEX, right? Was that hexagon or what is that? Here we go. Top chart, duh. Is hexagon have anything connected to Polygon? I'm tripping out, or do you have new music? I have new original music, guys. So I can no longer get flagged for demonetization. We have new artwork. We have new audio. We have new soundtracks. Yeah, wait till you see the opening screen. You know what? Hold on. Check it out just real quick and then we'll go back. Check out the new opening screen. Oh, what? Yeah, there it is. What happened? There we go. We gotta fix this. There we go. There we go. We got a new ghost because he's got his arm going this way and now it's moving upward. So we got an upward arm moving here. And I think that's somewhere around where we'll land, somewhere between these two blue lines. If we pop above it, great. But let's look at Hex real quick. Hex looks like it did what it was going to do. I don't see, in the day anyway, it could be like a double bottom thing here. Let's look here. Hold on. Look at the 1 hour. That looks like a triple bottom. No. That's like a double bottom. Kind of a triple bottom. I would call that. It was more like a double top. But it could double bottom right here. And I would say that if this is a double bottom, that would bring it up about right here. Right here. Somewhere right here. For 0047 to 0049. Somewhere in there. If that's what it is. But honestly, it's just, this is a, you know, a channel moving up here, and then we got the drop here. But there's not enough. It looks like it's like consolidating right here, and it's like stuck in this zone, but it wants to break down. See how these candle wicks are really tall on the top here? It's tried to move up, and bam, it got slammed down. Tried to move up, bam, it got slammed down. It is going to fall through the floor, in my opinion. I don't know if it's going to hold. It seems to be trending downward, you know, something kind of like that. So it'll probably follow. Something like that. And this is actually a bullish trend here. So if this goes down, it would come, if it does something like that, where it kind of bounces like that, it could move up again. But that's only going to put it up to this resistance zone at 0065 for that pattern. And that's in the 4-hour chart. So, I mean, it's semi short term. That's like this week. Wait a minute. What are we? Why does it say we're in January? This only goes to December. This is off. This is wrong. Don't listen to anything I just said. Something's wrong with that chart. It basically is not all the info is not there. It's a good thing I looked at that timeline, because I was like, something is wrong with that. Hex USD on Ethereum. Some of these exchanges, where are you? The one on Pulse Chain? Gotcha. With a Ethereum, Warped, Pulse, or just Pulse Chain? Ethereum on Pulse Chain, I'm assuming. There we go. That looks like the right one. Yep. Okay. Ooh. Ooh. That looks nice. Yeah, that's definitely going to 1350. That's going to 1350. Unless it head and shoulders right here. If this doesn't head and shoulders right here, it's going to 1350. Otherwise, it could drop like that. everything is kind of in that limbo phase. Is it going to keep pumping or is it going to start dumping? You know, I told you last Friday that everything looked bullish, right? This is Hexagon right now. So everything looks bullish as of last Friday. You could have picked into a hat and picked a random crypto and you probably would have done well with it. Okay? And what did I tell you was going to happen? It happened across the board. Every single crypto made money, baby. Unless you were in something like, what is it, Mantra? You know, and I told you guys, stay away from that. But every single thing that could do good, you know, that had something to it, even Pepe broke out. I thought it wasn't going to do it, and it did it just a day late. That's all. And that's because it was a meme coin. It took a little bit longer. That's all. But I'm telling you, everything looked bullish. Okay? And I think there is still a potential for bullish movement. However, maybe we're done. Maybe we're done now. But we're going to have to wait and see. I think we consolidate sideways and we form some sort of bullish pattern that pushes us up again, and we're going to hit that 244 zone in XRP. And basically, XRP is moving in unison with Bitcoin, but we're more focused on XRP. But as you can see, Bitcoin has this inverted head and shoulders right now, and it's forming a little bull flag. XRP is doing the same thing. We have this inverted head and shoulders, and we're forming a little bull flag, which means we should be pushing upward, I think. I think we got one more pump. Well, it may take a couple pumps to get up here, but I think 245, 247 is going to be it. A lot of resistance on Bitcoin. Yeah, and that's what, you know, see this consolidation zone right here? That's going to be a hard one. See where it slammed up here and then slammed back down? That's where I said it would go. Probably about 194, 195. And that's it in this sweet zone right here. Would I get in at 221 then? Honestly, I'm waiting for 215 or something to tell me that it's not going to do it. I would rather have to get it in at 225, you know, to make it up to 245 than to be wrong and us just be done and come down and drop below $2, you know? So I'm willing to lose a little bit of profit on the way up than to risk losing it on the way down. Yeah, the market is doing stuff though. I would say right now, the odds are in your favor, okay? This is the crypto Hunger Games. May the odds forever be in your favor, okay? Because there's a lot of people getting slaughtered out there. But I think the odds are we got more to go. We've only created the shoulder of this head and shoulders. It has more to go. It wants to do 245. But like I said, it could hit 230 and just be done. And that's kind of what it's done. So we have to see, you know, 230 was your zone to take profits. 225, 230 are your profit taking zones, guys. You've been on a winning streak. Good for you, man. That is awesome. And if you have been on a winning streak and you feel like you want to contribute to the show, don't forget you guys can always donate. That's OZZY12233-504 at Venmo or Cash App. Bro, I just profited a shit ton, pulled everything off and waiting for the drop. Good for you, bro. Remember, guys, we are not making any money from... You subscribed on Twitch. Do you get paid from Twitch yet. I don't really get paid from Twitch yet. I don't have enough income coming in from it. So eventually I'll get a couple bucks from Twitch. But if you guys want to use, you know, and contribute in that way by getting subscriptions and stuff. But if you're making, you know, lots of money and you want to contribute to the show, when you send donations, that goes to help with the staff and with building of the studio and the equipment and everything. I literally have 2 people monitoring the entire live because there's been a few complaints about like music dropping and things glitching and certain things like that. So I'm having 2 people monitor the entire show today. Thank you, Big Baller. I appreciate you. And you can give by clicking the donation link there and use PayPal, or you can always send it to the Cash App or Venmo. Here, I'll put it up. Just a second here. Had caps lock on. I don't know if you guys noticed, I changed my name on TikTok. So my name on TikTok is now Ozthecryptogoat. So it's no longer Oztid. So if you're wondering, that is my account. There are a few fake accounts of mine that are out there. So be wary of that. Make sure that it says Ozthecryptogoat. No periods, no spaces, no underscores, anything like that. All lower cases, no spaces. King, thank you for the 2 lightning bolts. Sorry I missed you. The live is more focused on the Twitch side, guys. The TikTok side is more for like posting the daily price point videos, is more for your daily coaching, for messaging me and stuff. And you can also message me on Twitch. So as for right now, as a promotional thing, if you move over to Twitch, you can message me directly on Twitch, but you only get like one, you know, message, you know, here and there. I don't check it as often, but you can message me if you are in Twitch. I am allowing that short term, just in case something happens with TikTok and we're no longer able to go live or something like that. We can still be in communication with each other. We can know where the live is going to be to cover ourselves. But for all of you that are making money, I'm so happy for it. I'm so glad. TikTok seller, thank you for the swan. Appreciate you very much. You can always send to the Cash App or Venmo, or you can use PayPal by clicking the link. And if you can't do that and all you can do is pay for your subscriptions, or you can't give, you can always smash the like button or share the show. You know, talk to your friends and your coworkers and your family members and let them know, hey, this guy is turning my trading experience around. I'm making money. I'm becoming profitable. He's telling me not what to do, but how to do it. You know? And that's what's really going to be beneficial to the show, is to grow the audience. I love that we have, a staff and we're providing employment for others. That's another big thing about the show, is I want to eventually one day have multiple shows and a whole staff of people doing journalistic work and preparing and doing everything so that there's a point where all I have to do is sit down and talk into the microphone and look at the chart and tell you what I see, you know? But I mean, right now I'm creating memes. I'm doing all kinds of stuff. I need a new meme though, man. I've been usually the memes just come to me, you know, something has to be relevant or happening or whatever. And I have to feel like, oh, this is, you know, this would be a good one. And then I do it. But lately I haven't been getting the memes. Future billionaires. Hell yeah. You're unemployed? By the way, I am looking for someone to do graphic design. So if you're a graphic designer and you want to contribute to the show by producing graphic designs, creating memes, things like that, if that's what you're into, we are looking and taking applications for that. So if that's something you're interested in, go ahead and message me. I am not looking for AI. Okay? I have access to AI. I am looking for a human to create beautiful, valuable, human style content. Okay? If you're using a chat bot or an AI, I can do that. No problem. I'm looking for an artist, somebody that wants to promote their artwork, promote themselves, promote this show. That's who I'm looking for. So, John Doe, if that's something that you're interested, go ahead and send me a direct message. I know you're not a deluxe subscriber, but you can submit either like a resume or, you know, copy and paste or message me with your background information, anything like that. I use this app. I'm in a class for digital design, so I get an application. Perfect. Send me an application. By the way, hopefully tonight or by the end of this week, I'm going to be having an email list set up. So you guys can register your emails, and that way you can get an email alert for whenever anything is posted on TikTok, Twitch, or YouTube. So that way you are getting notified, because a lot of people have not been getting notifications for the videos, for the price point stuff, and they're missing out. And that's because of the algorithm. So with this email list, you are going to be bypassing the algorithm and getting a direct email from me. There will be an added cost. It's probably going to be $1. It's going to cost $1 to sign up, and you put your name on the email list, and you get an automatic message for anything that I post online, no matter what platform it may be. You get a notification. I just get the feeling that this is a bull trap, like you said a few days back. I know what you mean, because look at what we did. Look at what we did. Look at that. We moved up. We moved up here. We peaked up, and man, we slammed down hard. We slammed down hard. And we are headed straight back into this zone. But this could also be the bear trap, you know? I try to keep an open mind about things. I try to be open. That's how we're so accurate. Is because I don't have a bias. I don't want it to go up, and I don't want it to go down. I want to know what it's going to do. That's what makes me so accurate. I have no bias. I notice a lot of these creators have a bias. They have to be right. Their analysis has to be right. I'm the first one that will tell you, hey, you know what? I was wrong. We're going this way now. Because that's how this works. You can't know where it's going to go every single time. You just can't. And if you're going to let your pride get in the way to hurt other people, there's something wrong with you. That's not what I'm about. I'm about making smart, decisive trades. I'm about teaching you guys how to see the charts the way I do. I'm about teaching you guys how to trade without emotion. That's the whole point here. Eventually, one day, I hope that you guys don't need me and you watch me for the entertainment. You watch me to hear about my crazy stories from backstage. That's what I really want to talk about. But in the meantime, let's learn how to make fucking money, baby. Because I believe that one day, this show will grow into something so much more. I believe one day crypto won't be all hyped up like it is now. And we're going to need something to fall back on that's still going to be entertaining. And I have plenty of entertainment for you guys. That's why I keep giving you guys story time. That's why I keep doing all these things, because I want to give you a glimpse at what else we have to offer, because we do have more shows coming. We are going to be having a news show. We're going to be having a crypto show and news show. We are going to be having a debate show. We are going to be having a spooky tales show where I want people who can call in or chime in and tell their ghost stories. Tell your ghost stories, tell your alien stories, tell your story about what happened to you firsthand. Oz, do you think we get to 97, 98K and Bear Trap is set almost 100 to 100K people FOMO and trap everyone on a hard top? Yeah. I think that's highly likely. And you know why? The only reason I think that we are still pumping like we are is because they are trying to squeeze everybody one last time to really make them give up and drop it down, because we are heading into crypto winter, and that's where we will see lows, and then we get a pump in the end of the year. I think the May, June are going to be bad months. They usually are. If we pump outside of May and June, expect parabolic numbers. Okay? Expect crazy numbers if we pump May through June, July, August, September. An entire year of pumping, expect to see crazy nonsense. And that's what all these people are speculating. All these crazy numbers they're saying we're going to 10K and all blah, blah, blah. It's a little far-fetched, but it is possible. Let's see. John Doe says, would you want me to create memes? Message me directly, John, and we'll talk about it. So message me directly after the show and we'll talk about it. All right, let's see here. So let's move into a lower time frame. Let's look at the 30-minute and get an idea. Oh, gosh, it's doing this thing again. Let's move into 30 minutes and see what she's doing. As you can see, we pushed up. We bull flagged right at where support became resistant, or excuse me, resistance became support. We pumped up, we double topped, like I said, we pulled back to 220, okay? And then I thought maybe we would head and shoulders, okay? And we still may head and shoulders. This could be a double top right here as well, which would be the shoulder. This would be a double top right here, which would be another shoulder, which would send us back down to 216, 215. So unless we form something bullish, okay? Unless we form some type of bullish looking thing right here, I would say that we're in the head and shoulders moving back to 215. And that's why I say I'm waiting. I'm waiting to get back in just to see if we're going to move up here, if this is a triple bottom and it's moving up, or if this is a head and shoulders and it's moving down. Okay? I'm waiting to make smart trades, because if this starts moving down to 215 and it doesn't come back up here and touch 220 again, you know, and try to break above it, it could be done and just want to move down. So I'm waiting. Okay? Patience is key here, guys. I made some money on a pump. Okay? I caught here. All right? I was sick as a dog. I didn't catch this. And I should have, because this was a beautiful formation of a bull flag. This was the most beautiful bull flag I've seen in a long time. This is a nice, beautiful bull pennant. Okay? These are beautiful, easily read structures right here. However, I was so sick after the show. Or wait, was this after the show? We dropped. Can't remember. Yeah, I think it was here we dropped down. And then we went back up to 230 and then we dropped again. And it started coming out here. A lot of people got out at 222. I think it was where they were going to get out. And I was trying to tell you guys this yesterday. Okay. Whenever it peaks up like this and it starts pulling back, it's always either going to retrace back up to where it was or at some higher point. 225 was your exit. Good for you. And I wouldn't say exiting is the right strategy here, because it looks like we have more pump. Okay. I think taking profits is more the right strategy, but you guys have to do what you think is best for you. Okay. If you're looking to get out because you think, you know, a big crash or something like that is coming, I get it, because I do exit. Okay. However, I do have long-term holdings that basically always remain in there for just in case. Just in case. A little moon bag. It's not a lot in it. Nothing compared to my other bag. But it's something. It's a few bucks that I don't care if it's gone. If something happens to it, it doesn't matter. I lose that amount on trades all the time. That kind of deal. You know? So you have to find a strategy that works for you. Okay? Because I cannot tell you guys what to do. I legally can't do it. When 120? Maybe June. July. End of mid-June, we'll hit 120. At least if we don't break above this blue line up here and go crazy. But I find that a little far-fetched. I think we hit the blue line up here again and we're done. And the blue line, look, it's right there, 147, just like I said. 147 right there. Which would, if 147 is that line, that means that's happening on Friday. Friday would be the last day. Friday, what time? Friday at UTC, which would be, do LA time. So Friday. Friday at midnight, baby. Friday at midnight. You heard it here first, guys. 247 Friday at midnight. If it doesn't break below. If it stays above this line here, Friday at midnight, expect to see 247, baby. And if it forms a bull flag right there, expect to see craziness. $3, $4 in the next coming weeks after that. All right? So keep that in mind. If you see at 247 a bull flag, okay, and it pushes up to 255, and you see another bull flag, and it pushes us up to 260, and another bull flag, and it just continues forming bull flag after bull flag at every resistance zone. Expect craziness, but that means a lot of buy pressure is coming in. And I get it. A lot of people are sitting on the sidelines right now. A lot of liquidity is sitting on the sidelines. So when that happens and it becomes a chain reaction, then you'll see it do that. Boom, 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 one after the other. Just like it did here. It'll look like this. Bull flag, bull flag, bull flag. It wanted to bull flag here, but it didn't happen. It got a double top and 247. Yeah, sorry, man. 247, excuse me. My, not 147, 247. I'm still sick, guys. My brain's not braining, and I always get the $1 and $2 mixed up. So I do apologize for that. Okay. But I really, really feel like 247 is going to be it. Okay. The last time it pumped and it tested 247 right here. So we got the Brad Garlinghouse pump right here. Brad Garlinghouse said, oh, the case is over. And it wasn't. He said the case is over, and we dropped back down, and then we came back up. 247 was it. We not only triple topped over here, but we also got a top here. We got a little wick, and that was it. Okay? 247 is a nasty zone. Let's look even further back. Okay? This whole consolidation between here was at that 247 zone. Look at this whole consolidation right here is at that 247 zone, and all this over here. All the way back to the beginning, baby. 247 is tough because it's right before 250. Okay, 250 is one of those mental lock places, and people who smart trade like I do set their trades a few cents higher or lower depending on which direction it's going to make sure they hit. That's why I said 163, because I said, well, we'll add 2 cents, because I said it's going to 161, 162, and so we added an extra 163. Boom. And we freaking hit. The second candle didn't even close there. We wicked into 163, baby. We wicked into 163. The candles both closed at 165. How beautiful of a trade this was. If you caught the 163 wick, I have been calling out a 163 price point for 2 months before this happened. 2 months I told y'all, 163, baby. Be ready. And we hit it. And let me tell you, these long-term goals, I am the most accurate at. Okay? Let me see here. 2 objects are the same. TikTok is annoying. Just important to make sure to say too, most people don't listen to what you're saying and they just listen to the price numbers you say. I know, and I have to work on that. I will work on that. I appreciate you catching that. I think subconsciously in my mind, I know we're going to dollar numbers eventually. So I just default into the dollar zone. But I don't think we're there yet, baby. I think we got 245 is going to be your sweet spot. I would say to make sure that you hit, if 247 is our zone, and 245 is 3 cents away, I would say 245 or 244. And let me tell you, 24444, that number always hits. It's a thing where people do that, where they'll go 2555555, 2444444, 2333333. Those numbers always hit. Those are surefire. All right. So if it's looking like 247, I would say 244 is where 244.44 is where I would say that we're probably gonna, close candle at. But if you're trying to catch the wick, guys, you can get burned. Okay, don't always try to catch the wicks on big moves like this, where I'd seen this coming for months and I knew where it was going to go. It's easy to pick this zone. This is an easy call for me. I knew exactly where it was going to stop. But on these shorter time frame ones, it's a little bit more tricky. Okay, so you have to be a little bit more conservative. Don't try to catch the wicks, the very bottom tip and the very top all the time. But when you should be trying to catch the bottom is when it's going to the bottom. Okay, when it's moving its way up, you should be more conservative. When it's coming down, it's easier to find that spot. And this is only if we stay above the blue line. I mean, we could still drop into here and then move sideways, and that could bring us above the blue line just by going sideways, because the line is moving downward. So if we drop down to 215 and just ran sideways until Monday, Tuesday, that would put us above the line, and then we would automatically move up. But I think that would be out of structure. I don't see it doing that. But the longer time goes by, the closer and easier it gets to break above the line. So it has to drop. And if it stays above the line, that means every time it drops, it's easier for it to bounce off of it, because it's still going down, but it's staying above the line. But I think we got more gas, baby. I really do. I think this is just the start. You should be taking profits at 225 and 230 were your profit taking zones. And they lined up perfectly. And it looks like we could drop down into 216, 217, maybe even as low as 214. Okay? If it turns around and shows a bullish pattern and coming back up and retesting, look, it's running along the top of this line already. It's busted out, and if it comes down and it doesn't just move like this, okay, then that means that it'll probably move like this. You see? It just depends. But honestly, as of right now, it looks like we're going to go down. But is it over? No. And that's because I get off of these lower time frames and I'm looking at the bigger picture. This is the 1 hour. The 1 hour is this massive inverted head and shoulders right here. Okay? And the inverted head and shoulders is usually from the top of where it wicks to the bottom here. Okay? So let me look at this. I'm conservative, okay? I'm going to take the lower one and I'm going to stretch it down to this one right here. Okay? That's what we should be doing. And then I take this here. And that puts us right there. That says 255. I ain't buying it. I don't think it's going to do that. Right? Let's see here. 255. I ain't buying it. I think it's possible we hit 255, but that puts us outside here. And I think 147, because I'm going to be conservative, and that still looks like a nice head and shoulders. Okay? Nice head and shoulders would be at 147. 147 is a strong resistance zone. Lines up right with this right here. Okay? And then we come down. 255 is what it should do, but we were calling that prediction Friday at midnight, this Friday or next Friday. Which prediction? For 247, that's this upcoming Friday. Friday at midnight. Look at it right here. 11 o'clock. 10, 11 o'clock, midnight. Right here in this little X. That's where it's going to happen, baby. That's it. That's where it's going to hit. And I think it's going to be done. I really do. As long as we don't, die off. As long as the news doesn't come in crazy. If so far everything's been good news, okay? Everything's been good news. As long as we don't get some crazy news like China's doing something crazy to us, or they're implementing different things, or some kind of bad news we haven't heard, okay? But I think we've gotten all the bad news we're going to get for now. I really do. But I'm expecting a curveball at some point. 220 to 215. Somewhere in there is going to be your entry point, more than likely. I'm thinking 218, baby. 218, 219. It could go lower. I'm going to watch and see. Because as it gets closer, you have to continually watch the charts and see what formations it forms to see if it's going lower or making a reverse and going up higher. But we got a pump like this. Generally, after a strong pump, we get a 50% correction, which would bring us back down to 217. That's normal. That's normal price correction. So we have to wait and see. We have to wait and see what it forms. And this is why you guys want to be subscribed and get those daily price point videos. This is why you want to have access to message me. Obviously, I can't be awake all the time. Okay, but I am posting those price point videos, and when I am awake and I am getting the messages, I am answering them as timely as I can. My lives, by the way, I was doing Monday through Friday, or Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 5 to 9 Pacific Standard Time, and then Tuesdays and Wednesdays were noon to 5. I'm going back to my old schedule. Everything is going to be 5 to 9 Monday through Friday. I'm going to keep it simple. So Monday through Friday, 5 to 9 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, I will be live every single day as long as I'm not sick. Tomorrow, I have doctor's appointments and things. I am very sick right now. So there will be no live tomorrow. So make sure you're subscribed if you want to get access to those daily price point videos. And for those of you that are watching on TikTok, make sure you come over to Twitch. That's Ozthecryptogoat, all lower cases, no spaces. because we will be ending the live here in a few minutes on TikTok. How do you sign up for Deluxe Sub? Click my profile picture, and then just above my videos, there's going to be where it shows like my showcase, and it'll say like subscribe. Click that, scroll, and it's going to say Deluxe subscription. So when you subscribe to Twitch, it's for the Twitch show, but the TikTok is where you subscribe to get those daily price point videos. So you got to subscribe on TikTok to get the daily price point videos. You're subscribing on Twitch if you want the different viewing experience with the professional audio and video and the longer show. And you want to not have to pay for commercials. It's free on Twitch if you don't mind commercials. There's a YouTuber who I follow as well, and he's saying 97-ish is decision time for BTC. This will make or break it. Exactly. So it lines up with the 247 top for XRP. Exactly. They are moving in unison identically right now, okay? I'm going to have to get a few more songs. I thought that this was going to be enough music. I need at least 20 more songs. I've only got like 6 or 7. Yeah, I got 7 songs. I'm gonna add to the song list tonight. I have to use special audio. So it's not free, guys. But because of your donations, we're able to purchase these audio, able to have these things set up. The music is annoying. Well, I think it's annoying because it's the same thing over and over. I think I'm going to kill the music now. I'm done with the music. I'm ready for just some good old-fashioned... Usually I just open with the music, but I got all this new music. I wanted to try it out and see what was going on. But we're probably going to need some more tracks for sure. But as you can see, every day we are growing. We are growing every single day, and I'm trying to provide you guys with the most professional show I possibly can provide you. So we got our spooky ghost, and look at our chart lines right up in his hand there. The music gives you anxiety. All right. So we are going to be switching to the Twitch show in about, I'd say about 15 minutes, guys. So if you do want to catch the second half of the show and you're on TikTok, make sure you come over to Twitch. That's Ozthecryptogoat at Twitch TV. So Twitch TV, twitch.tv. And then you're going to go there and you're going to search Ozthecryptogoat, all lowercases, no spaces. TikTok seller 444, just pinned it to the top there. That's where you're going to find it. I think the memes and posts are so professional looking now. Looks good. Thank you. I appreciate it. I am trying to step things up. I'm getting more professional as you guys continue to support the show. And continue to, donate and do things for the show. I'm reinvesting it back into you. So whatever I get is just going right back into the show. My grandpa, he owned several businesses growing up, and he always taught me, you don't run a business, you build a business, okay? Because if you run a business, you're going to run it into the ground. The only way to be successful as a business owner is to take everything you make from that business and pump it right back into it. Don't cut yourself a paycheck. Don't take profits. Don't take anything out of it. Keep pumping into it, and you will build and create an empire one day where you can literally just let it happen, and it will happen, and then you will reap all of that at one time. Okay? And that is how I conduct my business. So I am making sure that everything that I get, I put right back into the show. Everything you guys send to me goes back into this show. It goes back to you. So we are growing. We are getting bigger. We are getting more professional. We are expanding. We are building a studio. We have professional equipment. I don't know who was here when we first started. Whoever was here when we first started, I want to say TikTok Seller. TikTok Seller was here from the beginning when it was the camera pointed at the tablet. Do you remember that? TikTok Seller, are you here? Some of you guys remember when we were literally a camera pointed at my tablet, and that's how we were doing it. And now we've got, yes, the Nintendo Switch. Everyone called it they're like, are you doing a stream from a Nintendo Switch? That's what it looked like. Yeah, Big Baller too. There's a few of you guys, and you guys have all been subscribed. Jared Barnett, yes, you were there too. And all of you have been subscribed for several months now and continue to upgrade and keep your subscriptions because you obviously see some value here. And I appreciate you guys keeping the show going and supporting. And for those of you that are on TikTok, don't miss the second half of the show in about 13 minutes. We are going to be ending the live early on TikTok and moving over to Twitch. So make sure you guys come over to Twitch. I think we're still a bit bullish. I think we may be turning bearish, though. We have to keep an eye on that. Fireman Joe says he remembers the Twitch days, or the Switch. We should do the Twitch, Twitch on Switch. Switch on Twitch. Those were the good old days, weren't they? And you know, I started that show. I had my desk and I had my little tablet and I had my boat and everything on my desk, you know, and I wasn't even using my desk. It was storage. I was just like, had my paperwork and I did paralegal stuff, like on the side. And I had a bunch of like stuff I was doing like paperwork wise. And that's all it was. That's all I had on, and I went live on Mega's show one time as a guest on his show. And after that show, I realized that too many people were eating the moon cheese. Too many people were eating the moon cheese. And I was like, and that's when I woke Mega up. Mega realized that we were headed downward, and that was months ago. When was that? That was February. That was like mid-February. I said, I want to say that it was the Monday, the 17th is where I want to guess when I said, hey, we're forming a Head and Shoulders in the 1 day time frame. You can't hear the planes. Can you hear the air conditioning or anything like that? I don't want to talk bad about any other creators, but I want to, you know, we're reminiscing about what happened and how we've grown so much, you know. This is the little prequel into story time. And we are going to go over the news in the second half of the show. So make sure if you are on TikTok and you want to catch the news report, you come on over to Twitch. Because some of the news is copyrighted and I can't even show it on TikTok. So that's great. I'm glad you guys are getting good professional audio. As you know, I am an audio engineer. Barely, though, I was hearing a power line buzzing. Okay, if you did hear like a power line buzzing, I hear that too. And I actually ordered a piece of equipment to fix that. Still feeling sick, but I'm taking tomorrow off to go to the doctor. But I'm still here today. And remember, guys, if you are on TikTok, to come over to Twitch. That's Ozthecryptogoat, all lower cases, no spaces. We will be ending the live here in about 10 minutes. So if you want to catch the news and you want to hear story time about Subtropolis in LA, it's not really called Subtropolis, but that's what TikTok's calling it. So that's what I'm calling it. But I will give you my firsthand experience of being in the underground city of LA. I've been in it. I've worked there. I've been a part of it. I know what's down there, and you get to hear my story. XRP tanking right now? I wouldn't say it's tanking, but it's head and shoulders played out like I said it would. Let's go into the 1 minute and take a look at that. One last little before we... am I looking at a 218 entry? I'm being patient. I'm being patient right now. It's too soon to call anything. I know that based off of this formation, that would be the next stop is like 216, 217. But look at, it's not tanking. It just hit 219. And that's the tip. And look at, now it's turning green. It's turning green. Right on that line. Look at the candle closed exactly on that line. So this could not do it. Yeah, textbook, guys. And that's why I put the lines here before, because I want you guys to see how this works. The candles are the most accurate way to read these charts. In case you haven't noticed, I don't use indicators. I have them here. The EMA is my favorite to use if I do use indicators. This says that we're going probably to 221. If we're in the upward trend now, we're going to 221. But look, this is forming like a little head and shoulders here. That could send us up to 220. You know? So the EMAs are nice. They can be helpful. But I tend to only use the EMAs in the 1 day. I will use the EMA to help me catch certain points. Oh, let me see here. All right, Ghost, you gotta go bye-bye. So the 200 EMA says that we're headed back to 196. Jared, thank you for subscribing. Appreciate you. And don't forget, guys, if you want to watch the second half of the show, you want to catch the news, you got to come over to Twitch. We have to get off of TikTok. We have to. I was literally messaging people on TikTok last night, and my messages, anything that I said that were bullish before it pumped, were being suppressed, were being under review or anything. I could not get any bullish news out when it needed to go out. The audio is so much better on here, I know. And by the way, if you're viewing the show on your phone, don't forget to tilt your phone sideways for an even better view of the show and the chat and everything. So you can see the picture much more clearly if you turn it to the side. And don't forget, guys, looks like it might break that blue line. Let's look. Let's look. I'm going to get rid of these. See what I mean? These EMAs will throw you off, right? I don't trust them always, especially in the lower time frames. But yeah, it looks like we kind of broke through. And all we did was wick, and it looks like a bit of a double bottom there. And we could, looks like a classic double bottom. Yeah, when you posted that bull flag, it said the video was under review. When I tried to comment, then the video disappeared. I know. Even the Vegas meetup video did that. A lot of videos have been being suppressed. A lot of information. People, they also changed the algorithm. So you guys are not even getting my stuff in your For You page anymore. You're following, you're subscribing, and you're still not getting the videos and the price point stuff sent to you, at least in a timely manner. You're not being notified. And that's why we're setting up the email list. So for those of you who want to get on the email list, send me a direct message. Okay. So if you're a deluxe subscriber and you want to be on the email list, you have to be a deluxe subscriber. Okay. Send me your email and I will start creating a list. Okay. I haven't worked it out. Maybe it'll just be added on to the deluxe sub as a perk for becoming a deluxe subscriber. I haven't figured out how to work that out yet. However, I am paying somebody to set that up and manage it. So there has to be some type of something coming in with that. So when you're on TikTok and you become a subscriber, there's a deluxe subscription which allows you to message me directly for daily coaching. And also you get access to the daily price point videos that I post. But mainly it unlocks your ability to communicate with me directly. Ask me questions. We can talk about anything. You just want to tell me your life story and we can talk about our similarities and differences and get to know each other on a more personal basis. We can do that too. So, and by the way, we are having the meet and greet in Vegas, June 2nd. I hope to see as many of you guys as possible. I do know a few people are already going to be in Vegas that weekend. So I decided to set up the meet and greet so we can do a special live. So we'll see how that turns out. If anything, and I'm there by myself, we're going to do a special live from Vegas. I'll have my face in the video. Maybe we'll play some games. It won't be on TikTok though. It'll only be on Twitch. Yeah, you can come. Anybody can come. It's open to the entire public. If you want to come meet me, shake hands, talk to me, you know, grab a beer or play some Texas Hold'em or some craps or something in Vegas, come meet me out in Vegas. We're going to have a good time. It's going to be for a couple hours, and then I'm going to be leaving and going back to my family and things like that. But I am going to take an opportunity to do a special show for meet and greet and a special live. If you guys want to become part of the live show, you can come on the show. We can talk on the show and go back and forth. If you like, you can be on camera, off camera, or, you know, I'll just go live, but it's going to be casual. You know, we're just going to see how it goes. But I'm Canadian, so I will have to pass this time. Just because you're Canadian doesn't mean you're not allowed in the United States. I know that we're not friends right now, but I'm pretty sure you can still come to Vegas. Don't worry, you're going to make a bunch of money off of XRP this week. You're going to be able to afford the plane ride. Just kidding. I'm sure y'all got bills and things. But if you can, yeah, we'll wait. That shit is sorted out. Yeah. That's funny. Yeah. I wouldn't go to Mexico right now. I'm glad I went to Mexico before all this started. Because it could have not been as fun as it was. Let's look at Bitcoin one last time. So if you are on TikTok, I am ending the live now. Make sure you come over to Twitch. That's Ozthecryptogoat, all lower cases, no spaces. Don't miss out on the show, guys. So if you want to be on the show, you're going to have to come over to Twitch now because we are cutting the live. Thank you all for your overwhelming support. We are about to get into the news and story time. Don't miss story time. Tonight's is going to be juicy. We want you here, though. Yeah, I'm going to be on Twitch. I'll be on Twitch, but TikTok is going to be shutting down. Partially, it's because my phone's dead. The other partially is because it just has to be. But my phone is dead when I started the live, and I have it plugged in, but it overheats and it cuts the live anyway after a little while. So we just have to do it anyway. So make sure you guys come on listen to me, everybody. Okay. This is going to be the greatest show you've ever seen. Okay. I'm telling you, everybody says so. We're all on Twitch when we drink Bud Light. It's going to be beautiful. We're going to build a wall between Twitch and TikTok, and it's going to have a big, beautiful door. And I'll tell you what, I'll walk through it with you. Does Twitch have Zoom? I believe it does, but turn the phone on its side and see how that works for you. All right. Thank you all on TikTok. I'll see you on Twitch. All right. We are Twitch only now. Now we can say things that we're not allowed to say on TikTok. How awesome is that? I can tell you spooky stories. I can tell you about things that I'm not allowed to talk about on TikTok. That is awesome. All right, so I'm going to save story time for the end of the show. Looks like we bounced off 219. Yeah, I'm coming at it. Exactly. Look at all those candles closed exactly at that line right there, baby. Exactly. Textbook, like TikTok seller said. Textbook. All right. And we're moving up. And, you know, but see how we dropped low here? In this resistance zone, we're getting lower lows, which means lower highs. We could break through now. All right. Now we could break through. Or we hit it again and we do another double top, and then it's a bigger double top and we're going to be moving up. That blue line bounce is so amazing. I know, right? Isn't that awesome? And I literally just threw that line on the chart like 5 minutes before the live. I was like, oh, let's draw this line right here. I was like, I set up all this stuff. I added the ghost and the boo, and I lost the XRP. It was supposed to be right here, but I added the ghost and I put the lines because I wanted people to see exactly what we're doing here. Because this could be a bull flag now. We've formed enough of this that we could touch here and come back down, and then that would be what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this would be wave 5 down here, baby. And that's at 140, 130. Double bottom would be even more awesome. What do you mean double bottom? Oh, you're talking about on the 1 minute? But this was a descending wedge. It was a head and shoulders. It was a descending wedge. It was a diamond top, okay? And according to my calculations, 163 I would say is fulfillment of a diamond top. I would say that fulfills that structure, which means that there's the possibility that, and you know, this could be down here. That line could be down here. Okay. Keep that in mind, which is probably more likely, but we like to be a little conservative. So we're moving it because we have more lines to go off of up there, but this is probably more accurate. All right. Something like that. All right. That's more accurate. So that means that when we come back down 130, and that look at where this right here. Do you see in this area, you see where these candles line up with these wicks right here? That's 225, 230. I think that's where the candle's going to close, somewhere between here. All right, between 125, 125 and 130, right? And just to be conservative, I say 135, because that's another one of those psychological numbers. Where does that line up at? That's May 10th, May 9th. Let's say it's a Sunday. Sunday, May 11th. You heard it here first. If we continue back down, that would be Sunday, May 11th. And look at that lines up with the distance between these two bottom wicks. Boom. So do you see us going back to 240-ish before going down? I do. We have a strong head and shoulders formation forming. And I think Bitcoin still got some steam in it. I think everything's still got some steam in it. What we saw is a huge pump, and we're seeing a little price correction. I think we've got more in it. I do. And I mean, this could be the turnaround. This could blow us out of here, and we start moving up to the $3 zone and higher. Okay. Do you recommend re-entry or wait to see what plays out? I think I would wait till the 3 a.m. sell-off. 3 a.m. Pacific Standard Time is when Asian markets open, and one or two things is going to happen at that time. It's either going to start selling off or it's going to start pumping hard. That's what I would wait for. I'm going to wait for 3 a.m. I'm going to see what it does and see where we're at. But today's Wednesday and we're dropping. Okay? Normally we pump on a Wednesday and we drop on a Sunday. But we pumped on a Sunday. Now we're dropping on a Wednesday. Everything is off. The whole thing is off. So because of that, I'm very unsure. Very unsure. What I would normally say is, Wednesday at 3 a.m., I'm going to expect probably a pump. But everything's off. So I could see it coming back down to 218 before it pumps up again. I think that's the sweet spot, 218. And it could just be done, okay? It could be done and be over with. Remember, these are risky trades, guys. This could be a double top right here, and then it's back down and we're done, okay? But this does look like a bull flag. Bitcoin does look like a bull flag, which is leading me to believe that we still got steam. But there's not enough candles to decide. I feel like by the end of the show at 9 p.m., we're going to have enough candles to know what's going to happen. So in the meantime, we're going to put the reading of the charts on hold for a little bit. Allow the candles to, grow and mature so that way we can have a more educated decision. Because right now, I can't tell you. It's guesswork right now. There's not enough data. So let's watch it. Even if it breaks below that blue line, it could come right back up. So we have to see what kind of structure it forms. We have to be patient. But I'm telling you, 3 a.m. Pacific Standard Time tonight is when something's going to happen. So YOLO long at 500X. Got it. Oh my God. I mean, eventually one day, yes. We could YOLO up to crazy numbers. But I don't think it's happening just yet. And this is our opportunity to find these lower zones for accumulation and to take profit in these higher zones for when we drop into the lower zones to have more to put into our bags so that way we can accumulate instead of consume. That is the idea here. We are learning how to another thing is like a lot of people are like, I'm out of the market. I'm jumping out. I don't want to encourage that, and I don't want to discourage it, but I want you to know that you got to be in it to win it, baby. You got to be in it to win it. And if you're looking to day trade, you got to be in it. You got to have some skin in the game. You got to have something in it. But also, you know, the idea is to have a plan, have a strategy. My strategy seems to be working. I hope my strategy is working for you guys as well. But my strategy seems to be working perfectly. And I've been using this strategy for many years. I've made lots of mistakes, and it's taken years for me to create this strategy that now is foolproof. I'd never veer from it. I never let my emotions get in the way of it. This is how I day trade. This is just how I do it. And I play a long game, and in between I like to play a little bit more just because it's fun too. But also at the same time, I want to mitigate my risks. I don't want to make heavily risky decisions. Jumping in right now is a risky decision. This is what we call a consolidation zone. What we're looking for is a break upward or downward. Because if we lose, let's say we lose 20 cents, 10 cents, and it starts breaking upward, we've got another, 20 more to go? We can't catch the very bottoms of every candle and the very top. We can't always catch that. Sometimes we do. Okay? Sometimes we do. And the ones you really want to try to catch are the bottoms, obviously. And the tops, you're just taking profits as you keep going up, waiting for it to come back down. So you'll sub on Twitch when your Amazon Prime subscription ends. Yeah, no worries, bro. That's all good. I have the Amazon Prime one too, so I get it. Your guys' support is overwhelming. I don't want to try to berate you guys with supporting the show. You guys have been doing a wonderful job. Some have been more generous than others. Some give what they can or contribute what they can. So that's beautiful. As long as we continue to keep doing this, you guys are going to become so profitable that you're just going to be throwing money at the show anyway, because it's coming back to you to keep the show going. That's how it works. Everything that you guys give me, I put right back into you. So that's why you're always seeing new stuff and new things. And wait till you guys see the cameras, man. I got some good cameras. They're AI tracking cameras as well. 4K, high refresh rate. It's going to be beautiful. Like the stage setup, it's going to be it's going to be amazing. Just you guys wait and see. I am constantly growing this thing every day. It is amazing. All right, let's get into the news. I'm not going to read everything, but let's get into a few things. So let me zoom in a little bit here so y'all can see it better. Crypto analyst says XRP is dead. Sentiment is a lie. Reveals the truth. Crypto analyst 589 Bull has asserted that the XRP is dead narrative is a lie. The analyst went further to reveal the truth and explain why market predictions should be bullish on the altcoin despite the current price action. And I am a bit bullish, okay? I just don't think it's happening now. I think it's going to happen in a month or two. So this is our time to accumulate before that craziness goes up. All right. Why XRP is not dead despite current price action. In an X post, he stated that the idea that XRP is dead is a lie. Instead, he stated that the truth is that the altcoin is being embedded in the next financial system. The crypto analyst further remarked that Ripple is building the rails, digitizing liquidity using XRP, mapping corridors, and bleeding retail so that only institutions, bots, and insiders are positioned. And you guys are insiders now because you watch this show. Okay? And this is why I say don't be afraid to have some skin in the game. Because at some point we could get priced out of this thing. We are so early. We are so early. That's why I'm saying that we're coming down, because we're so early. It makes sense that we would come down because we're so early. Let's see here. I'm not going to read this whole thing. My throat's killing me. I'm still sick, so you get the idea. But if you guys want to read the full story, go on to TradingView, and it is on TradingView. They have a excellent news, guys. I like TradingView's news better than most news publications. You click this little lightning bolt right down here, and it'll give you all the latest news on XRP. On April 3rd, 2025, Coinbase Derivatives filed with the CFTC to self-certify XRP futures, launching on April 21st, following investors to trade XRP via standardized contracts. And you guys know what futures are, right? Futures are short positions, baby. Futures contracts. We're going to be able to start getting futures in the United States. Some of you are doing shorts already. You don't live in the United States. But for those of us in the United States, futures contracts have been against the law for XRP. Those are coming back, baby. And then here's one. LAPD seizes 2.7 million in stolen Bitcoin miners after cargo ring bust. What? What are XRP futures and how to invest in them? Let's take a look at that. If you're following developments, the cryptocurrency market, you've likely noticed that the Coinbase derivatives have introduced XRP's futures contracts. Let's take a closer look. What are XRP's futures? XRP futures are standardized financial contracts that allow you to agree to buy or sell at a predetermined excuse me, predetermined price on a specific future date. Rather than trading the actual token, you're trading a contract that tracks the price of XRP. So futures are shorts. These are how you get short positions. So this is actually really cool. So do I think they'll start shorting the market first? Yes. I think they'll short the market first to drive it down. And that comes in April. What date did they say it was? April 3rd. They filed it, and it will be launched April 21st. So it's only been a couple days, right? So it's pumping. It's pumping because of this. But eventually, they're going to get that price up there real nice and deep like, and be just the beautiful bull trap to come in with those short positions, baby. That's what I think is going to happen. They're going to let it ride just enough to make you feel like it's all better. We have returned to normal, and they are going to short the hell out of it for the next 2 months and drive this price into the ground. That's what I think.
All right, let's see here. So, let me get a drink, man. I tell you, my throat is killing me. Oh. My secretary just brought me snacks. So if you hear any chewing in the background, it's not me, I promise. Is that cookies? Cookies. Oh my God. This is the most delicious looking chocolate chip cookie I've ever seen in my entire life. Now that's amazing. All right. So, let's see here. Let's do another news. Stock market rallies after Treasury Secretary Bessonnet tells a closed-door meeting investor summit that tariff standoff with China is unsustainable, which it is, guys. This China tariff thing is only going to last so long. It can only go for so long. We get way too many products from China. And let me tell you something. China will print money like it's crazy. They will sacrifice as many people as they have to. They will do whatever it takes to win this, or at least have some kind of leverage. And that's the leverage they have. Our shelves will be empty. China is not backing down. They're upping the ante. Exactly. We are actually starting to back down now. Trump is backing down on China, and they have to. They have to come to some sort of agreement. I guess it sounds like he's coming back down to the original 10%. But China has not agreed to remove anything that they've done to us. But we're agreeing to do things. Because they have the upper hand in this. They do. They produce everything. We get everything from China. So it's not going to last long. And I think maybe Trump assumed that they were going to want to negotiate at some point, and he just felt disrespected or whatever, and he just went off the handle. But it's not working. It's not working. And let me tell you something. Every deal that Donald Trump has made with China, they say, oh, we've got this amazing deal. It's beautiful. It's going to be amazing. We're going to make lots of money. China never holds up their end. They always blow it and do what they want. China's playing a long game here. And I'll tell you this right now. It's like Donald Trump and China are the two parents in the front seat. Donald Trump's in the driver's seat. China's sitting in the passenger seat, husband and wife. And Canada and